we are live. We are live. I'm gonna make sure everything is muted. And let me do this. We're gonna need a pop-out chat. All right, we're gonna put the pop-out chat right there. Okay, I can see that. Whew. This is gonna be really interesting tonight. Streaming on 4 platforms plus doing the shows on KGRA. What's up, C? So we're on Trovo, we're on Rumble, we're on YouTube, and we are on Twitch. So you will not see me or hear much of me for the next 7 hours. Because I'm going to be working live shows, so you'll hear them. And if you want to actually watch the shows, you can go to KGRE DB on YouTube, and you'll see the shows there for several hours. Or you could watch this guy here and hear the shows. And you're going to hear what happens before a show airs. And the whole production, what I do. Getting shows started, ending, starting another one, ending that, on and on. So it's going to be a long night. Now they're saying tonight there's the possibility of an outburst of meteors that could be up to 300 per hour. We'll see. I am not promising anything. But I do want to test some things that I have here because I will not be able to talk at all once the shows are on. There we go. That's a good little test. So the shows will be airing on KGRA. And I'll be putting that up from time to time, so people know what the heck is going on. So in approximately 25 minutes, the host should be in the studio with the guest, and then we'll move forward from there. There are 4 shows tonight. So from 6 to 1 a.m. Eastern. Sheena Metal has Jeff Fasano. He's a TV personality. The Bishop, James Long, talks about the paranormal. He's a bishop for the old Catholic Church. Then you have Andrea Perrin. You may know her from The Conjuring. Her character was portrayed, she's the eldest daughter of the family, the Perrin family. And she has a really interesting guest. And then Renee Barnett and James Martin have some interesting topics tonight to discuss as well. So we're going to be going 7 hours straight, starting at 6, with live programming, courtesy of KGRADB.com. So it's going to be a busy night. And like I said, I will not be on screen because my video camera is needed on the show platforms. So you will not see me tonight. Not at all. But you'll be able to see this guy and you'll be able to hear the shows. So that's how it's going to work tonight. It is what it is. What's up, Mr. Bigfoot? So tonight's going to be... Last night, I seen nothing. Nothing. So we'll see what happens tonight. like I said, look it up. They're predicting the possibility of up to 300 meteor outbursts at about 1 a.m. Eastern. Now, I won't have time to set up the camera while I'm doing live show, so I have to do it now. That's why I'm starting so early, because I won't be able to do it. I'm going to be working. I cannot leave the chair while I'm working 7 hours straight. It's not happening. So you're on Rumble. Now, the bad thing is I cannot see the Rumble chat. I can see YouTube, and I can see Trovo, and I can see Twitch. But I won't be able to interact. I'm going to go to Rumble right now. Now, hold on. Let me go to my channel. All right, let me look on Trovo. Let's look on Rumble. I see we're live on Rumble. I wish Rumble had a pop-out chat. That would be great. But I can't figure out how to do that right now, if there is such a thing. But Bigfoot, is there a pop-out chat, do you know, on Rumble? Because like I said, I will not be able... My focus tonight is on the shows and the chats that go on through KGRA. I will not be able to concentrate on what the heck is going on in Trovo, Twitch, Rumble, and YouTube on my end. I cannot watch them. It's very difficult while I'm working. Matter of fact. So that's another thing. I got to see who shows up. I need my mods to be ready. I erased the stream last night from Trovo because I started ranting and acting like a fool, so I deleted it. I'm not kidding. I really did. I can't have that up. Plus, I was revealing information that shouldn't be revealed. So that was taken down. The sky is beautiful. Now, we may get clouds from time to time because of what's going on to my northwest. It is insane what's happening in Buffalo, New York, and other areas around the lakes right now. Around that lake right now. Even in Michigan. But they are getting hammered. I spoke to a host that lives in Buffalo. And he said it is absolutely insane. He had no snow yesterday. Woke up to like almost 4 feet of snow today. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine getting close to 4 feet of snow overnight? That's insane. And the plows can't come in. The snow blowers aren't working because it's a heavy, wet snow. So good luck. And I know what that's like working with a snow blower. Good luck. Once that piles up, you're done. If you ain't out there every hour removing that snow as it's falling like 4 inches per hour, you are done. And I'm scared for the people that have a roof that's not pitched and it's more flat. The weight of that heavy, wet snow, oh my God. So I'm praying for those people that are dealing with this near Buffalo. You work tomorrow at 6 a.m. There you go, Mr. Bigfoot. I hear you. You got to work. Well, it's early now. Yeah, dude. Go. You need your rest. So, and like I said, I am not going to delete these because I'm not playing any music. There's no copyright issues. We should have no problems. So we're going to be live for the next, oh my God, 8-9 hours, which is incredible. I'm gonna need lots of coffee. And we're already at 5:31, so I'm gonna be getting ready soon to start getting these shows rolling. And I will not be able to see these screens because I have so many windows open right now. It's insane. So I need to minimize. I know Trovo. If I can do the pop out, I forgot how to do it. Room settings, pop out chat, and there it is. All right, let me fix this on this window. I've got YouTube pop out. I've got a Trovo pop out. I can see Twitch. I cannot see Rumble. And that's that. There's nothing I can do. I'm going to try to close this window. I'm going to try to close Trovo. Oh, it stayed. Good. And I have to close. I'll try to keep Rumble open. All right. Now I'm going to concentrate on the station. That's good. Let me get this set up. This is some heavy multitasking now. This is severe. I should be able to pull it off though. I wouldn't do it if I didn't think I can. Especially with this computer. This computer should have no problem. Matter of fact, let me check what my computer's doing right now. Oh my God, we're way good. With everything I'm doing right now, my CPU is at 17% and my RAM is at 21. I have 64 gigabyte of RAM on this computer. So that should not be an issue. I'm double checking. My RAM is at 16. The CPU is at 17. So, or 16 now. 16 and 17. So I'm good. Even though I'm streaming to 4 platforms, running a station, and about to do a live stream for the station. That's insane. That really is. And what's up, C-Wage? C-Wage, you're on Twitch. Okay. So again, yeah, well, Leonid, the peak was this morning. I didn't see nothing. But I wasn't really paying attention. But tonight, they're predicting, not saying it's going to happen. There's a possibility of an outburst at 1 a.m. Eastern time. So if you live on the East Coast, and it's clear where you are, and you're in a dark sky location, not in a city light polluted area, I would highly suggest you go out at about 12:30 tonight. Let your eyes adjust to the sky, and let's see if this happens. Now, I am not saying it's going to happen, but there is a possibility of this happening. That's what they're predicting. But I'll see it. I'll believe it when I see it. I'm just saying that's what they're saying. So I'm not making no promises, but we're going to try. Yeah, C-Wage, I would set up a cam. Just in case, I would. Now my camera, which I'm going to have to go out soon to adjust it when I get this show on the air. Which is another thing I need to pay attention to, and I don't know how I'm going to do that. I better figure that out right now with Rumble. All right, so I can see the Rumble video live. I'm going to have... Now, you see that little flare on the left? That's my solar lamp on my deck. That's what that is. So I may have to go outside and throw a towel on that, actually, which I'm going to do now. By the time that solar lamp loses its power, who knows? Mom! I need you to shut the light in the front of the house. Okay, let's see if that goes away. Now I know there's the one thing about Rumble has a major delay. Let's see if it goes away. I can't see it in real time because I got too many things. There we go. That did go away. Good. That worked. What's up, Marco? Okay. That worked. All right. So as I said, you will hear KGRA DB shows tonight. And I really, really need to figure out how I'm going to... I did a compilation of videos I saw last December. I forget. Geminids is in December. Yes. It's Geminids. Perseids in August. Let me just try something here. So that's ready so people know that you're going to be listening to KGRA DB programming for the next 7 hours in real time. And you will not see me on that screen whatsoever because I need to be on the video side for the station on camera. So that's why you will just see the sky. That's all you're going to see. And you'll hear the shows. Now, if you want to watch the shows on video itself, go to KGRA DB on YouTube and the channel, KGRA DB channel. And you'll be able to see the shows on video. But here you'll be able to hear the shows while you're looking at the sky. So I'll put this up from time to time so people know what the heck is going on. And I'm going to be very busy. Hello, Kira. So that's how this is going to go down. We are streaming again on YouTube, Trovo, Twitch, and Rumble. And we're about to start shows in 20 minutes approximately. And hello, Elise. So it's going to be a very busy night for me. Mom, I need a very, very big favor. I need coffee because it's going to be a long night working. I definitely need coffee. Coffee. Right, Marco? Coffee. And in about 10 minutes, Sheena and her guest should be backstage. So you're going to see me go into producer mode. Now, again, it's the Sheena Metal Experience with her guest, Jeff Fasano. Then the Bishop, James Long, the Sacred Division show. Followed by Andrea Perrin, A World Awakening. And Night Vision with host Renee Barnett. So that's what's going to happen all night. Next 7 hours of shows. And what's up, Daryl? Once I start working, I will not be able to communicate because my mic will be muted due to the shows going on the air. And pretty much it's work mode. Once the shows start. And I will let the hosts know that we are streaming live on my platforms during the Leonid Media Shower coverage. And I'm sure they'll give you all a shout out as well. But I only have literally few minutes transitioning from one show to the next. It's pretty much a rapid succession of producing from one to the other. As Tycho won't let mom in the room. That's what's going on right now. And I'll keep monitoring the camera to see if I need to raise the gain, which I'm gonna need to, I know that. Looks pretty nice out there right now. Remember, we will get clouds from time to time, and there's the possibility of a snow squall coming through because of all the activity that's going on to my northwest near Buffalo and in Buffalo, the surrounding areas. They are getting slammed. Chris DePerno, host of iDetective and MUFON, I spoke with him today, this afternoon, and he had 4 feet of snow. 4 feet. It was up to his waist. And now they have a little lull, but they're expecting a lot more tonight into tomorrow. Possibly 2 more feet of snow for what they already got. That's insane. So again, my thoughts and prayers go out to all those people up there because it is not good up there. The National Guard is standing by. Now, obviously, they're going to wait till they have an opportunity to go in and help because when it's whiteout conditions, it's blizzard conditions, and the snow is falling at a rate of 4 inches an hour. They had over 3 feet of snowfall overnight last night. Think about that. Over 3 feet of snow overnight. That is unmanageable to clean the streets with the plows. It's just falling so fast, it's hard to keep up, especially if you're talking about side roads. It's one thing about the highways, it's another thing about the side roads. So it must be a disaster. And they're getting more. And like I was telling him, Chris, how's your roof? Is it a pitched roof? Is it, a steep angle? He goes, yeah. Because I'm telling you, anybody who lives in a roof that has more of a flat roof with the weight of this heavy, wet snow, I can't even think what could happen. With 6 feet of wet snow, I can't even imagine. And I'm sure, sadly, we're going to see that in the next few days. I saw an aerial video from a drone today showing the snow wall moving into Buffalo last night. It looked like the end of the world. All you saw was this wall of white snow coming that way, and it was unbelievable. It was unbelievable. There was lightning. It was wild to see. It's unbelievable. So like I said, prayers go out to all those people up there. Prayers go out to everyone. Period. But in a situation like this, it's really bad up there. So we're minutes away from starting. And what's up, Ken? Ken, I'm still gonna say it was your fault last night. I'm not gonna let you go on that. What the hell is that? I don't have my fireplace on. My wood stove isn't on, so I don't know where that's necessarily coming from. All right, I'm gonna go outside and raise my game before I start doing shows. No. And I also want to thank Daryl for giving me the heads up about this. All right, the guest is in there. Here we go, folks. Hello, Jeff. Jeff, can you hear me? Can you hear me? wish I can communicate with him. Let me see. Check audio settings for speakers. I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes. But he's working on it. So he can hear I can hear him, but he cannot hear me. So I relayed the message to him. This is Sheena Metal's guest, Jeff Fasano. I saw that, Ken. Oh, let me get rid of this because I gotta get ready. I can still see Twitch, Trovo, and YouTube chats, but I won't be able to. I can communicate later. Jeff, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Excellent. It's a pleasure to meet you.
So, are you in New York?
How would you know? Is it my accent?
No, it's your
Yankee hat? Yes, I am. Where are you located?
I'm in Nashville.
Oh, nice. One of my dear friends in the ufology community, Tom Reed, lives in Tennessee and not too far from you. But anyway.
Well, I'm from New York.
Are you really? Where?
Yeah. I was born and raised on Staten Island.
Oh, okay. I was born in Manhattan, but I was raised in Pelham Bay, New York, in the Bronx.
Gotcha. I lived on 85th and Columbus for 20 years.
Wow, my mother was a letter carrier for 30 years at Gracie Station, which is on 85th between 2nd and 3rd.
Gracie Station? Oh, yeah, okay, so that's the east side.
Yes.
Yeah. When I first moved into Manhattan, I lived on 88th between York and East End.
Wow, my mother delivered the mail. Her route was 88th to 90th on York Avenue.
Yeah, so she probably was. Well, I moved into Manhattan to that apartment in 1992.
Mom is screaming in the background. What was it?
1675.
1675 York Avenue. That was one of her big buildings.
Well, I lived on 88th between York and East End.
Wow, you never know. My mother was probably delivering your mail at the time. Anyway, I just want to let you both. All right, Mom, we're doing a show now. I just want to let you both know that right now we're being heard on my live stream on YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, and Trovo because there's a meteor shower tonight.
Oh, nice.
So they're seeing the sky. They can hear the show. They can't see this.
Oh, that's awesome.
This is
so
for
they're missing the
KGRA.
cat tail.
I just saw that. What's going on?
It's a cat's ass. It's okay. I got it under control.
So you're going to be not only on the KGRA DB network side on the video and on the audio side for KGRA, but you're also going to be heard on my end, streaming all on my channels.
Awesome. Sounds good. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, Sheena, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? It's nice to see you.
Same here.
All right. I'm going to just get prepared for us to get ready for the air. We have 10 minutes, so again, Jeff, it's a pleasure to meet you and speak with you.
Same here. I'm a Met fan.
Oh, it's okay. You know what? When the Yankees aren't winning, I'm one of those weird fans that would root for the Mets.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. It's rare.
Wow, that is. I have a friend who I grew up with who's like that.
It's not many. There's not many.
Not me.
So you wouldn't, if the Mets were out of it like they were, that you were in no way you would root for the Yankees?
So in New York, it's either you're a fan of either team.
I know.
And then if you're a Met fan and you're out and the Yankees are in, you're the fan of the team the Yankees are playing.
Wow.
That's a lot of fight, Jeff.
Sheena, you have family in New York. It's like that. It's with the Giants and Jets, Rangers, Islanders.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is.
Well, I don't feel I don't feel that way about the Jets or the Giants or the Islanders or the Devils, but it's the Yankees. And I always say this: hate is a heavy word.
Yes.
But you're allowed to do it in sports.
Yeah. That's like
because it's sports.
Like
yeah,
fanatics.
I think you're also allowed to do it against narcissists. Is that okay? I kind of feel like hate's all right there too.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I hated the Yankees.
Oh, well, anyway.
But I became an Aaron Judge fan this year just because of how good he is and how clean he is.
Yes, and the professional that he is, on and off. Now, matter of fact, because we've got 8 minutes, so I'm just going to say a quick thing. So they came out with his bat, a company that they made 500, all right, originally. And they had 3 different types of bats. One was a black one. It's like an upgrade. You start from this and you work up, like to the chrome bat. So I ordered it, and I ordered a 62 ball. So I get contacted by the owner of the company. So he tells me, I'm contacting the people that ordered the bats because we have another offer. I said, what's this offer? So there's a 99. It's only 99 with the bat and a signed ball by Aaron Judge that has 62 with the date it happened. So I ordered 2 of those. So I have 2 of the 99. Then yesterday, when he won the MVP, they came out with another bat. And there's only 100 of those, so I bought one of those. So
the guy who caught his 62nd home run,
I saw that,
turned down $3 million.
Yep, it's up for bid auction.
He's up for auction. He turned down $3 million.
Yep, I saw that. So we don't want to bore you, Sheena, with sports talk.
Not bored at all. I'm making plans to pick up somebody's cactus. I'm adopting everyone's cactus for my new house.
Wow. Well, I see you both have your cats active. I see Jeff had his cat in the background, and I saw your tail of yours.
Little Cullen, he's a star. He's used to being on all my videos, so he sees the camera come on. He's like, Mommy, is it time for me? He's like living a little child actor now.
Anyway, have a great show to both of you. Jeff, it's approximately 54 minutes long.
Okay, cool.
I'm going to bring you backstage before we start, and then when Sheena formally introduces you, I will bring you up on the screen.
All right, cool.
Thank you both. Jeff, it's so great to have you here. I hope your show went well last night.
We do our show on StreamYard as well.
Oh, good. So you're used to it. Good.
Yes.
What's the name of your show?
Real Men, Real Talk Live.
And the focus of it is?
Self-help. It's the long and short of it is it's 4 guys. We got together and we wanted to do the show for men and to create a whole new model. It's not us getting on there. So it's quote unquote self-help. We've all been, the 4 of us have all been through it, done a lot of work. We've taught it. We've, had workshops, and we really wanted to get together and form a show for men. So we can model that it is safe for men to feel their feelings, to go within and do the work. And so we've got that. We do it on, we started on Facebook Live. We're still there. YouTube Live, LinkedIn Live. And we stream on a channel called Bloom Wellness Channel on Roku and Amazon Fire.
Wow, good for you.
Yeah, our goal and intention is to get on network TV with this.
Nice.
Yeah. We did have a woman who wanted to bring it to Dr. Phil's production company, but when she talked about the changes that we needed to make, we passed.
It's almost, and Sheena knows it because she's been involved in this kind of area for a long time. It's even when you're dealing with Hollywood as an actor or a writer, and you hand in the script and they say, we don't, the studios, they don't want this. They want to change it up.
The minute you get corporate involved, the changes start. Always. The changes start right away.
You know from Annie, the Conjuring movie. She was involved in that. And they changed it up, and she said, Bill, that movie's not, it's 90% inaccurate.
Sure.
Travis Walton, same thing happened. He was not happy. And Tracy Torme at the time, he tried to address it with the management, and they said, no, this is the way it's going to be done.
Yeah.
So I can understand
it's
that.
Hollywood. That's
It's
just
Hollywood.
the way it is.
They wanted us to create controversy
Right.
between the four of us and go, this is not what this is. This is a show that helps people. We're not here to create false, we're not here to be inauthentic.
Right.
Because the whole idea is to model authenticity, transparency, and being who you are.
I give you kudos for that, and stand your ground and be authentic and be yourselves. That is definite.
Yeah, we average you know how Facebook goes. We've gone as high as 105,000 views.
Wow.
On Facebook Live, all the way down to I think our last show we had about 8,000. But that's algorithms. That's just the way it works.
Well, hopefully everything will work out and you'll get picked up by a network.
Yeah, I think we're concentrating on that. One of the guys on the show, Josh Richer, is the art director on Shark Tank.
Wow, cool. So we're about to start. We're about a little over 2 minutes before we begin. And we'll be starting. I'm sorry, Sheena, go ahead.
No, I just said yay.
Sheena, are you planning a show for next Friday? This is off topic, but after Thanksgiving?
Yes.
Okay.
I have it done. Yeah. Ready.
I'll be ready.
Okay. I'm bringing out the demonologist. We're going to do a little Thanksgiving demonology talk.
Oh, boy. Right before the Bishop show. So
Nothing says Thanksgiving like demons.
Oh, my gosh. Anyway. In about 45 seconds, Jeff, I'm going to put you backstage because we're about...
All right, cool.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Bill.
You're welcome. I should take the hat off. If I had a Met hat... No, I don't have a Met hat.
Oh, no, that's sad. Yes. Don't offend my guests.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, man. But I'll tell you one thing. The Mets, they got a good team, Jeff. If they can keep it.
We'll see. I think their age caught up to them at the end of the year.
Yeah. And the Yankees got killed by injuries. I'm not making excuses, but they had a lot of injuries to their pitching.
I'm hoping the Mets sign Aaron Judge.
Not going to happen. It's either the Yankees or the Giants. If I had to,
it'll be the Yankees.
It'll be the Yankees.
Crazy. It'd be
Yeah, that's their market.
He doesn't want to go anywhere.
No. Anyway, I'm bringing you backstage.
Okay.
And Sheena, I'm going to drop you in about 20 seconds.
Okay. How are you, my friend?
Good. Just very busy.
Yes.
Yes. Tonight's a crazy multitask night.
Yes, I know, right?
Because right now, I'm running on 4 of my platforms.
Yeah, you're the best. Watching the sky. What's happening tonight?
At 1 a.m. Eastern, only on the East Coast, really. There may be an outburst of 300 meteor per hour.
That's beautiful.
All right, I'm going to bring you backstage and myself. Have a great show.
Thanks, honey.
Okay, we're going to be starting. Let me get ready. And here we go.
And now, coming to you live from the City of Angels, Los Angeles, California, it's the Sheena Metal Experience with your host, Sheena Metal, only on KGRA Digital Broadcasting.
Hi, and welcome to the Sheena Metal Experience on KGRA Digital Broadcast Network. I'm your host, Sheena Metal. I'm a psychic medium. I'm an interfaith minister. I'm a 28-year talk radio host in Los Angeles. I'm a performing artist. And I come to you live from my home in Southern California every Friday at 3 o'clock Pacific time. This show is about spirituality. It's about creativity. It's about humanity. It's about passion. It's about service. It's about becoming and being your best you in this big, beautiful world, and then inspiring others to do the same. And it may every week be my show, but it's always, without a doubt, your experience. My guest today is a wonderfully talented photographer, author, talk host, and my Archangel Michael Chandler. How about all those things together? Is that a match? I like someone as eclectic as me. He's got a great new show, a new talk show he's doing by men, for men. He's always doing the monthly Archangel Michael updates. He's got a new book out, all kinds of things happening. Please welcome the Fasano to the show. Hello, my friend. How are you?
Good, Sheena. How are you? Good to see you.
It's good. We've done this many times, but never face to face.
This is true.
Yeah,
this is true. This is true.
This
yes,
is nice.
Yes.
Good to have you here. So for just really quick, briefly, for folks that are catching you for the first time, a little bit about you and how you wound up in all those different areas of life.
Wow. You know something? Actually, this just popped into my head, and this is a wonderful lesson for that I learned along the way, and it's one of Archangel Michael's one of his tools and teachings that he's always giving us. So find your joy. What brings you the greatest amount of joy in your life? What raises your resonance and vibration? So it was back when I was 40 years old. I quit my corporate day job of 18 years to do photography, which is what brings me the greatest amount of joy in my life.
Beautiful.
And so when we do that and we hit that place, doorways open for us. All of a sudden, these doorways open for us. So as I was following this path of photography, I meet a gentleman by the name of Robert Baker, who is a trance channels the energy of Archangel Gabriel. He became my therapist, teacher, healer, mentor with a group in New York City called Children of Light. So when I started working with Robert, and that doorway opened, all of a sudden, my paths as a photographer and building that life and that career, along with this, my spiritual life, studying metaphysics, all came, it was a parallel. And the way I found Robert is through a photo shoot that I did with my friend Alexandra Bose, who's my best friend to this day. She was a model, and she is the one who told me about Robert. So I guess that's a roundabout way of saying when we find what brings us the greatest amount of joy in life. For me, it's picking up my camera, taking pictures, capturing the essence of the people who I capture. And all of a sudden, these doorways will open to us because now our hearts are open because we're following that path of joy and purpose.
Absolutely. And also just sort of following the divine guidance, right, of spirit. That's when in my spiritual practice, I channel spirit energy, God energy. And I have to tell you that I learned a lesson in my life at about the same age you were, about 40, where I stopped deciding what my life was going to be and started allowing spirit to show me how wonderful my life could be. And then it was a period like you were talking about of sort of shuffling away, right? The things, letting go of the things that you don't need, the corporate job, right? And for me, it was my identity around being successful in entertainment, that's what I had to do. And just start following what brings you joy, right? Your friend brought you joy. She brought you to a man that brought you joy. Then Archangel Michael brought you joy. Photography brought you joy. And you just sort of follow your bliss from place to place and allow spirit to sort of drop down into your periphery, these things that are wonderful for you, like the talk show, right? Like just the things that you need come to you when you stop trying to push so hard, right?
Oh, if we find ourselves pushing too hard, what we're really doing is trying to control the outcome of our experiences, as opposed to being in the experience and having that experience and then moving through the experience and allowing the next door to open that shows up for us, as opposed to us trying to do it. Robert Baker used to say to me, he goes, "Hey, Jeff, you're going to live your divine plan anyway. Wouldn't it be,
Right.
wouldn't it be great if you were conscious for it?"
Yes, yes, and eager for it. Yes, it's a right. It's the you don't always get what you want, but you always get what you need. I mean, it's Spirit gives you what you're supposed to have. It's how do you receive that? Are you receiving it begrudgingly? Are you fighting against it? I'm at the place in my life now where, I mean, I think randomly, Jeff, about things I might want, but I'm not really a wanter. I just sort of leave myself open and explain to Spirit and communication things that make me happy, and sort of just allow the next things to just drop down in front of me. And I just keep saying yes.
Yeah.
And for me, it's such a more, it suits my personality. It's so much wonderful for me. I grew up as an actor. And when I graduated from college and started professionally acting, I just found that it's so much about like pushing and desperate and when am I going to get it and nail biting, and it just did not suit my personality. I love the work. When people call me up and say, "Hey, will you be in my thing?" I always say yes. But that whole living on the God, I hope I get it kind of thing, it just was not my personality. And when I started radio, I liked it because it was a place where I could show up every week and have a job and not have to be at home, in a fetal position, rocking back and forth, wondering if it was going to happen. I think that was sort of the beginning of me realizing that you have to find the things in life that make you happy. And everything in life isn't going to make you happy. And, bad things happen to good people and all that. There are obstacles and challenges we all have to overcome. But finding your joy and finding your bliss, I mean, to me, there's nothing in life without that, right?
Yeah, but also knowing that there are many more feelings besides joy and bliss.
Sure, absolutely.
And when Michael talks about what brings you the greatest amount of joy in life, and then what are your talents and gifts when you do them, because our talents and gifts are really, when we discover them, they're really expressing, they're tools to express who we are.
Yes, absolutely.
And then find that, because then we can move forward with that. But there's always going to be on the pathway many, many experiences that are going to be joyful, that aren't going to be joyful.
Yes.
Experiences that are going to activate and trigger us. But the key is making choices within those experiences on how we are going to experience it and allowing ourselves to experience it.
Absolutely. 100%. I guess what I meant when I said that was that to live a life without joy and bliss is not really a life. It's not the only thing that you have, but you have to have that too.
Yeah.
It has to be in there somewhere.
And then ultimately what we're aiming for, quote unquote, is to be fulfilled in life.
Yes. Yes.
Absolutely. Is my life fulfilling, as opposed to always going out and trying to fill up our life, looking outside of ourselves in the 3D to find things that are going to give us that hit to our nervous system, something that's I need to go out there and find something that's going to bring joy to me.
Yes.
And make me happy.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Whereas we're the ones who are creating that. It doesn't come from out there. It comes from us creating that within ourselves. Absolutely. And then when it happens, we allow ourselves to feel that joy in the experience, because we've created that through the abundance of who we are.
I agree wholeheartedly. Absolutely true. For you, what is it about photography that ignites your soul?
You know what? I don't think it's anything specifically other than when I pick up my camera, I'm creating something with someone, with a band, with an artist, with
Sure.
whoever. It's that creation, that joy of creation, the joy of capturing moments, the joy of creating with someone art.
Yes.
And then also me adding my talents and gifts that is going to help them bring their expression out into the world, whether it's an actor or a musician or anybody who's coming to me who says, you know, I need these photos. What
Yeah.
I'm doing with them is helping them to create something visual for them that's going to enhance their self-expression, which is their project out in the world.
Yes. Yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah, it's a co-collaboration of joy and art. And that's a lot why some of the words of the show, right? Passion, service, creativity, spirituality. To me, all those things fall into the same group. I think that everybody doesn't feel this way. For me, my spirituality has always been what fueled my creativity. And I've been a creative person. I started playing guitar when I was 4. So my entire life, it always came from that spiritual place. And I just say now that I talk openly and I have a spiritual practice, it's sort of like now I just wear my underwear on the outside, but it was always who I was on the inside. And it always is what fueled everything. Mm-hmm. And for me, my spiritual art, my spiritual gifts and my art are also my passion, and they're also my service, because everybody is supposed to bring something to the world to make the world a better place, right? And when people say, like, to me, oh, you know, it's just writing, it's just acting, it's just photography, I'm not curing cancer. Well, but do you know you're not? Because people go to books and songs and photographs and plays and television shows and films for healing. They go to get a break from their everyday strife and struggles, and they get a healing from it. They learn something, they laugh, they cry, they have an emotion, it touches them. To me, that's can be as healing as medication. So I think artists need to not always say, like, oh, I'm just this. It's not like I'm doing something important. Art is very important, and it's gotten us through wars and pandemics and disasters, natural disasters, and all kinds of things. So it's very important for creatives to remember how spiritual it is and that you are needed, right?
I'm trying to find the word, but saying, wow, you know, you're a photographer and I'm not curing cancer. Well, what does that mean? You know, it's like, right. Like, are you saying that because I'm an artist that I am not in service to the world?
Right. Yes. Right.
Is that what that statement means?
Yeah.
Because first of all, the only way you can be in service to the world outside of yourself, and I'm sure every guest on your show has said this, you have to be in service to yourself first.
Absolutely. Yes.
You cannot give until you understand who you are and honoring and valuing and loving you. Because when you get to that place, then you can give to the world or to another authentically.
Yes. Yes.
So I need to learn how to love, honor, and value myself first.
Yes.
And then when I choose to give to another, whatever that may be, I'm doing it without an attachment, and I'm doing it transparently and authentically.
Yes.
Once again, you could bring it back to what we originally started with. Well, I'm an artist. Why? Because that gives me so much joy.
Yes. Yeah.
And if I am joyful with what I'm doing, and as I'm doing it, And then that will translate into the final image, because you will see that in the image. Then that energetically, because once again, it's all about energy, what I'm transferring to you is joy.
Yep.
Okay. And that in and of itself will, and we can go down this road, will prevent you from getting cancer.
Yes. Right. Yes. It will stop. And then if you have not just cancer, but anything, it will heal. I mean, anxiety, depression. I went through a weird thing this week, and I went through a weird thing. Somebody threw some toxicity at me, and I allowed it to penetrate me, which I almost never do. And I was physically sick from it. And a couple of days ago, I had a panic attack, and I haven't had one of those in a long time, and I didn't know what to do about it. And my cat, this beautiful little guy, he's 19 months. I've had him since he was 3 days old, and he's a hugger, Jeff. He crawled up in my arms and literally just clung to me, and just touching him, I felt all the anxiety drain out of me. And sometimes people go and they watch a funny show, or they put on a song they listen to again and again, whatever it is that takes you out of that place of negativity and brings you into the place of positivity is absolutely such a healing thing. And there's healing for us all around us, right? There's so many things that can heal us. Just today I went out and I just looked at how beautiful it was. Usually I'm home in the afternoon working, but I went to go pick up groceries, and I thought, man, you know what? I live in a place with like 9 million palm trees. This is the most beautiful place. And wow, I live near the beach and it smells really good here. And wow, that's a beautiful building, and that's a beautiful person. Sometimes, and then that filled me with joy and gave me to come and do this here with you. But I agree what you say about finding the joy in you, because I think we see this a lot from folks who are sometimes newly on their spiritual path, that they get to the point where they're loving spirit, God, higher power, and they're loving the spiritual work they're doing, right? They love their crystals, and they love their oracle cards, and they love their class that they go to, and they love Archangel Michael, but they still don't like themselves. And there's that period where you kind of have to integrate, right? Your spiritual self and your earthbound self, and get them intertwined with each other, because we're not supposed to be two people, one that's spiritual and one that's earthbound and doesn't like ourselves. We're supposed to become that transcendent, evolved person, right? Where we are our spiritual self, and we also are here on earth having a human life, and we love both sides of us.
Yeah. I mean, it's about, but it's work, right? You have to be willing to put in the personal work in order to move through your conditioning, your programming, your wounding, the wounding
Right.
of the wounded child, the little child inside of us.
Yes.
And do that work and make that commitment to yourself. I mean, I've done it and I'm still doing it. And I've been doing the work for 20 years because we're constantly in process, because we process everything.
Absolutely.
And it's about finding that place of loving, honoring, and valuing ourselves. But it's about distinguishing between the wounds of the child and the adult in the here and now in November of 2022.
Yeah.
And being in that place. We can have all the crystals that we want. We can have all the oracle cards that we want. We can go to the next 3-day intensive by such and such guru or shaman.
Sure.
And we can continue to do that, seeking that outside of ourselves. Like, if I go to this 3-day intensive, what am I going to get from that? That might, for 3 days, raise my resonance and vibration, and I'll feel joy.
Yeah.
But that's not going to do it. It's really about going within and continuing being on a committed personal process of growing and learning.
Yes.
And releasing your wounds and creating a new narrative within yourself that counteracts the old programming and the conditioning from mom and dad of what we learned. And that is that is the pathway into self-love.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Yes, and applying it, right? It's one thing to learn it, but it's another thing to apply it. It's one thing to go and get, 4 PhDs, but what are you doing with them? What are you contributing to the world with them? The world is about contribution, right? My mama used to say that each one of us is a tiny little cog in the machine that is the entire universe. And each one of us has to show up and do our little cog thing. And no little cog is more important than any other little cog. But every one of us has to show up and do our thing, or the machine doesn't run as well as it should. Mm-hmm. And so every day, I guess, since I had that ingrained in me as a child, right, I always want to show up and be my good little cog and do my thing. And not only because it helps the world, but because it makes me feel good to know that I'm in my purpose and I'm in my service and I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. And I thank you for the validation that you can have as many crystals and oracle cards as you want, because I have a lot and now I'll get more. But you're right. I see that all the time where clients come to me and they've done all the intensive, right? They've taken all the classes. They have all the stuff. They're bathing in sage. But then when we start talking about how they feel about life, they feel like they're not good enough. They feel like, maybe they're not being acknowledged by God. They feel like they're lost. And these are all the things that, you need to integrate all that good work. Read the oracle cards and apply them to your own life. Touch the crystals and get the healing. It's great to be a spiritual seeker. It's great to go on a quest, and it's great to develop your spiritual self. But you have to also develop your earthbound self, because we're here to make a difference, and we're here to matter, and we're here to feel good and help others to feel good, right? To raise our vibration and then help to raise others' vibrations so that we can then raise the vibration of the everything. I think that is so very important. So tell me about your show. I want to come back and talk about a bunch of other things too, but we've talked a little bit about your show when you've been on one of my radio shows on iHeartRadio, but I also want to, which called Raising the Vibration, coincidentally, but I also want to know for you what the spiritual significance is of being a part of this program.
Okay, my show, Real Man, Real Talk Live, with the 4 gentlemen, my friend Jay Rothman, Evis Heath, and Josh Richer. We are 4 men who have done and continue to do a lot of work on ourselves. All 4 of us at one point or another, we're teaching this. We're doing workshops. We're creating all of this. And so the 4 of us got together back in March of 2020. And we came together and immediately felt the soul connection with the 4 of us. And we're men. So the 4 of us had the same experiences. I used to do, when I lived in New York, 2 groups a month. In LA, 2 groups a month. When I moved here to Nashville, 2 groups a month. Most of the people in that group were women. You might have a guy here or there. And I would say, where are all the men who really need this? And It had always been a dream of mine to do one of my groups with a room full of men. So the 4 of us came together, and that was a similar theme with the 4 of us. So we decided to do this show with our fearless leader, Jay Rothman, who put this together, and 4 men. So for us, and what's really important that I feel in the world today is we need less talk, less people getting up on a pulpit, teaching things and throwing concepts at you.
Yeah.
And then wondering, is that person really being this talk? Or are they just up there throwing concept after concept after concept? Or are they sharing their experiences with you, and through those experiences, imparting and giving you tools to do that. So what we do on this show, and then thus with that, creating a new model. So the important thing is, folks, now if you're doing this work, it's not about, I mean, yes, we can go out, do workshops, teach it, whatever, but we have to be it. We have to model this. Gone are the days of the inspirational speaker. Now we're in the days of the transformational messenger. And the way we affect transformation is modeling the transformation that we have done within ourselves and in our lives. That is what the four of us are doing on this show. We are transparent, authentic. I have shared with so many people who have watched this show things that I can't believe I'm sharing with like 100,000 people on a show.
Nice. Yes.
I mean, and really breaking down on the show and sharing experiences, even an experience I might have had 3 weeks ago that triggered me deeply. And I'm sharing it on the show because what we really need are new models. We need models who are being it. So they're modeling to it. So our intention was to create and be models for men. To say, you know what? I'm feeling vulnerable. I have done this work. I have broken down. I have been depressed. All of whatever this, I have done this. We have shared so much of our lives on this show to show that it is safe for men to do this work.
Beautiful.
It's safe because that's all where our wounded child ever really wants is a safe place to be. Mom and dad were supposed to provide that safe space. More than likely, most people's parents didn't even know what that meant or how to do that. So we're all seeking that safe place to just be, to feel, to emote, to express without any judgment. So you can be, and so for someone to hold that space, which is what a wonderful therapist does.
Yes, a good one.
Hold the space for you with no judgment.
Yes.
To do that, and then they model that, and then we can open up, and then behind that. So really, it's about nurturing first, teaching second.
Yes, I 100% agree. When I teach, it's important because people come and they want to hear about whatever the topic of the workshop is. But literally, that's half the workshop for me, and the rest is just in a circle, everybody sharing their stuff. Mm-hmm. Because first of all, people need to share, and they need to get used to doing it in front of other people. And it's interesting how I'm seeing more and more men crop into my stuff, which I love. And also, people need to be there in that experience of listening to somebody else tell their story, understanding, wow, I felt that way too, and then feeling free to tell their story. And like you, I've been a talk host for 28 years. When I started talk radio, I grew up in a very private Irish family with a Scorpio mother who still had secrets I found after she died, even though she was my best friend. The idea of sharing your whole life was not something I grew up with. But I realized about 2 weeks into being a talk host that people need to hear from you. They need to relate to you. They need to know, and they heal by your honesty. So yeah, I've talked about almost everything. And sometimes when I tell people what I've talked about, they're like, what? Like I just talked to you about my panic attack. A lot of people would be like, oh, well, if I talk about having a panic attack, then nobody will think I'm a guru. You know what I mean? It's not about that. It's about really the Christ path, right? It's about being on the same level with people, being where you can touch them, not being high and mighty with your little microphone earpiece, jumping around in your spandex suit, acting like you have to fix your life or you're nothing. I've never really connected with that in the spiritual community.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it's just about loving one person at a time. And especially, I think it's beautiful what you're doing with your show, because you're right. Being a woman who was raised almost solely by a woman, I understand where I was allowed to have emotions that maybe men don't feel they can have when they're growing up. And I think that's terrible. I think we need to fix that. And I'll tell you, I'm working for the last 3 months with a couple of YouTube influencers who are wonderful, spiritual people. And they're 21 and 24. So their people are, 10 to 30 pretty much. And I got to tell you, many more men. So the work that you're doing is helping the generations that are coming up, because younger guys are feeling now like it's more okay to be expressive and emotive and spiritual and talk about when they don't feel good or grief or things that are worrying. It's not like every class now is 10 women and a gay guy. It's now men are now feeling like it's okay to come out and talk about their feelings, and I think a lot of that, throwing back to earlier in the show, is about media, right? Because characters being portrayed now on shows and in films, you're seeing the softer side of guys. You're seeing characters where younger men are dealing with tough things and being emotional about it. And I think that's so beautiful, because it's opening up this whole area where men have been disadvantaged.
Yeah, I mean, it's so important, especially now with the craziness is going out, what's going on in the 3D.
Yeah.
And but yeah, but it's all about people want to be heard. People need to be heard. There's a wounding inside of us. There's something that we just need to be heard, and just to be heard and create a safe place for you to be heard. Because and as opposed to repressing and suppressing all of that, we need to be heard, and people just want to be listened to, want somebody just to listen, and hear me and be heard, and that's the first part.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that's wonderful. What have you learned about yourself from doing this? Show?
I mean, so much, but I have grown so much as into more of who I am from doing this show.
Beautiful.
I mean, I have what's really cool about, I mean, I've learned so much. I could start, but what's really wonderful about doing this show is I get to learn from 3 other guys.
That's great. Yeah.
I learned something new every single show by something that Josh may talk about, or Evis may talk about, or Jay may talk about. I go, oh wow, because that's what we've done, and I'll hear one of the guys' experience. I'm going, oh wow, I had the same experience, and then wow, maybe I didn't quite know how to get through that, and the other guy, somebody like Jay, will, oh wow, how did you get through that, Jay? And then, oh man, there are some more tools I've just learned on being on my own show.
Right. But that's I had a friend that used to always say, when you give a healing, you get a healing, right? So when you're out there and you're doing a show to heal other people, you're also getting healed, because that's the circle of the universe, right? That's the way spirit works.
Well, it's all about giving, and when we give, we are healing ourselves.
Yes.
And lots of times when we're giving to someone, we're not really giving to them for them. We're really giving to them for ourselves.
Yes.
When we're helping somebody else, we're also helping ourselves if we're open to receive that love in return.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Because there needs to be that balance of giving and receiving in life in general, and in every relationship that we're in.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So this is kind of an out there question, but I don't even put you on the spot. But what was a thing that you didn't even know was a thing for you that needed to be healed until it came up on the show and you went, wait a minute, that's a thing for me too. I didn't even think about that for me.
Oh, wow. Wow. I mean, there's so many things. Geez. After almost 2 years of doing, we did our 128th episode last night.
So awesome.
I don't know, man, so many things. My control issues, my things that I would have aha moments about, even nutrition, of what I'm putting in my body. Evis Heath on the show, as part of his practice, he teaches a lot about nutrition, and I learned so much from them about it. And here's a wonderful thing. So Josh Richer, who's one of the co-hosts on the show, he and I somehow mirror each other amazingly. And Josh, for example, last night our show was, the way we come up with the subject is the four of us get together and we talk about what came up for you this past week, because it's a weekly show.
Okay.
And that's how we get the subject. It's amazing how it comes, and it's so synchronistic, and we've never argued. It's amazing. And
Wonderful.
Josh said, this is coming up for me. This is coming up for me. So I really decided to do a self audit.
Okay.
And I went, wow, Josh, I'm doing the same thing. So Josh is talking, and he starts talking about, I'm really looking at the choices that I made this year, and from what place did I make those choices? Was I making those choices for me? Was I making those choices for somebody else? Was I making those choices to be loved? That's started to get me to think about looking at my choices in this life, and in the last year of, wow, let me look at those choices that I've made and how I was making those choices. And I went, wow, that's a great thing to do, Josh. So that's something that just happened, that because he was doing it, I went, oh, wow. And so I started just looking at all of the choices, or a lot of the choices that I made in 2022, and the ones that ultimately, all our choices will serve us if we want to look at that. But what best served me, and where was I making those choices from what place was I making? Was I making them, from these choices, out of a place of abundance inside of me? Or was I making those choices out of fear? Or did I make that choice based on to survive?
Right.
So that's one of the things that deepened my process that I'm doing from now through what Josh was telling me in our production meeting on Wednesday night.
That's awesome. Isn't that great? I think that's, is this anything you aspired to do? Did you ever think you would wind up doing a show like this?
Nope. Jay came to the three of us, and he just had a feeling. And when the three of us did one show, I knew it right then and there. I felt the soul connection with these guys.
Yeah.
I felt that soul connection. And if you watch our show, the flow is, if I don't say it, Jay will say it. If Jay doesn't say it, Josh will say it. And we're not getting ready to talk. We're not trying to prove a point. The symbiosis is wonderful. And it's just, and from that first show, and then we did it, Jay said, let's do a second show. And then after that, I went, guys, we really need to make this a show.
Right.
And so we have. And it's helping a lot of people. We have more women who watch it than men.
I was just going to ask you that, what your ratio was of women.
Yeah, it's about 2/3 women, 1/3
right.
men. A lot of women.
Good. A lot of women trying to learn about their men.
Yeah. And they're finding it very, very helpful. It's growing. It's growing by leaps and bounds. And we just know that if it helps one person on one night, that's great.
That's wonderful. I think that's so beautiful. I'm so happy for you, and I'm so happy that you're helping men to release the things in them that tell them that it's not okay to find their inner self, to find their spiritual self, to find their connection to the everything. I think it's so very important, especially men of a certain age, because like I said, it's easier for a 20-year-old now who's been given a different, maybe not a different modeling by their parents, but a different modeling by society, which I think is right. Nature versus nurture. Our parents raise us and society raises us. So it's kind of a combination of the two things. And I think it's wonderful that women are learning more about men. When I was little, I always had male friends. I didn't start really having really good female friends until I was, in my 40s. Now my best friends are female, but they're all kind of like, guys in a woman's body. But I didn't ever have a lot of female friends. So I always had male friends, and I always found my friends to be so sensitive and so gentle and so wonderful. Now, I wasn't an athlete. I was an artist and a nerd. So I tend to have softer emotional guy friends. But so when I grew up and we all started dating, and women were like, oh, well, men, they don't ... And I would say, wait a minute, that's not been my experience at all, being friends with men. And honestly, in my dating life, and I date both genders, all genders, everyone, aliens come and I'll date you. I have found a lot of my male partners to be much softer emotionally than some of my female partners. So this idea that men don't feel love and men don't get it and men just want sex and men don't care about this, we got to break down those stereotypes because it's not true. And honestly, if men were saying those things about women, there would be all kinds of canceling and socio-political hotspots. How dare you say that about a woman? But we feel like we can say whatever we want about men. And I'm not saying that we need to go back to, a 1700s patriarchy, but also we're not living then, we're living now. And men growing up on the planet now, and we're all growing up, no matter how old we are, we're still growing, right? Have the same right to their emotions and their spiritual connection and everything as women, to go and see psychics and to get a pedicure or whatever it is they want, because everybody has the right to their own bliss and their own joy, right? That's not a gender specific concept. Mm-hmm. And I'm loving, my best friend always tells this story about, she's like my sister and I consider her son my nephew, but when he was little, she bought him this little tiny vacuum. It was about 2 feet high, and you push it and it makes like a little noise, like it's a vacuum, little things roll around. And that people in her life were like, why would you do that? Why would you buy him a vacuum? You're ruining him. I guess the implication was maybe he was going to become gay because he had a tiny vacuum. Well, the truth is he's a lovely, wonderful, gentle, heterosexual man. But man, he vacuums every day, Jeff. I wish he was my child and he'd come over and vacuum here every day. But it didn't ruin him. It made him more conscientious about his environment, which I think is great. Mm. But this idea that certain toys are for girls and certain things are for boys, I just think it's terrible. And I'm glad that we're growing out of that, and that now there are shows like yours that are helping not only young men, but maybe men in the middle or even later in their lives that were raised a different way, to realize they can kind of break that cycle now and move forward.
Yeah, definitely. And become models. I've been a stickler for us becoming models through our beingness, through who we are, who are you being? Are you being who you are? Do you know who you are? The best way to teach is through being, through being a model, modeling what you're talking about. And that is what this world needs now.
Yes.
We need less and less people who are talking. We need more and more people who are being,
Yes.
modeling all of this.
Yes.
We are still human, and we're in this incarnation to continue to grow and learn and heal. And that is what we are here to do.
Absolutely.
Our purpose in this lifetime, everybody says, I want to find my purpose. Your purpose is to learn how to love.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Our purpose is to learn how to love ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So then we can model that. And then we can have the life we say we want through loving, honoring, and valuing ourselves.
Absolutely.
So for me, it is just about being who we are.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the reasons why I was doing many groups, one-on-one sessions, workshops, and I pulled back from that because I realized that through that, in many instances, I wasn't being who I am. I probably, let me backtrack. I am being who I am, but I don't know who I am being.
Right.
And I really needed to go deeper within to be more comfortable with who I am.
Beautiful. Yes.
To love who I am more deeply. I needed to reduce, and Michael is in 2022, one of his main themes is this was a year of being and reducing your doing and asking your questions. Why are you doing incessantly? And to reduce all that doing so you can now be that model, and then go out and do more purposefully, as opposed to doing. And most of that doing, which my mother was the queen of, was doing to avoid.
Yes. Yes.
If I keep on doing something, if I'm always doing something, then that will help me avoid what I'm feeling or avoid what's being triggered. So I will go out and do things and constantly do things. And instead of being quiet with ourselves and working on ourselves, so then we can move into the transformation of being who we are and then doing more purposefully.
Absolutely. Well, I think that we learned that during the pandemic, right? So many people piling obligation on top of obligation, and hours on the phone and hours posting on the social media, and got to do this and got to do that and got to be here at this place and see this person and be seen here. And then boom, it all went away. And we were just sort of stuck in our heads needing to sort through things. And the message I've always received about this time from Spirit was two things. One, slow down, rest, relax, rejuvenate, and find yourself. And two, it was a wonderful opportunity for us to see a situation where every single person on the planet was having the same experience, and there was one common enemy, and it was COVID. Those two things, I think, brought a lot of growth to the world in a lot of people. And you look at your show was born out of that time. This show was born out of that time. It was a time where you had time to think about, what do I really want in my life? Who do I really want? What do I really want? Who am I? What am I doing here? What's my purpose? And then move forward, becoming who you really want to be, right? Being who you really want to be. And it was a horrible time for a lot of people. A lot of people were sick. A lot of people died. That's terrible. A lot of people have ongoing COVID symptoms. I do. But from a spiritual perspective and an emotional perspective, man, it was like spirit slowed everything down and just gave us time to grow. And what a growth experience that's been for so many people. And I think that's so beautiful.
Yeah. And Michael called it a global pause.
I love it. Yep. I love it. Boy, did we ever need that. You are so wonderful, my friend. Will you come back and do this again with me? I would love it.
I would love to.
Where can people find you, your show, your photography, your book, everything online?
Well, first off, I've got my very first photography book coming out. It's going to be called Americana Portrait Sessions. It's going to be published by Vanderbilt University Press here in Nashville. It'll be out in April of 2023. The foundation of that book is through my partnership with the Americana Music Association here, the portrait sessions that I've been doing for 11 years, plus much, much more. That will be out, I said, in April. You can go pre-order it on my website, jeffasano.com. You can find me there. You can find us, Real Men Real Talk Live, every Thursday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Pacific. Facebook Live, YouTube Live, LinkedIn Live. We also stream on the Bloom Wellness channel on Roku TV and Amazon Fire TV. And you can go check us out there. Go to Real Men Real Talk Live. Sign up for our newsletter so you can stay in touch with us. You can find my work with Archangel Michael on journeyoftheawakenedheart.net. That's the title of my book, Journey of the Awakened Heart, discovering who you are and why you are here. And you can find me there. I'm also a partner with two other wonderful gentlemen, Philip Collins and Joel Anastasi, in the Angel News Network. And you can go find out what we're doing there on theangelnewsnetwork.com. And that's all the places you can go find me and what I'm doing and all that good stuff. And
thank you, my friend. Thank you for being here. If you missed any of that or you want information on the show or me, I'm at sheenametalspiritual.com. That's sheenametalspiritual.com. And you can find me everywhere on social media at Sheena Metal. Thank you so much to Jeff Asano. Thank you to KGRA Digital Broadcasting Network. We'll be here next week at 3 o'clock Pacific time on Friday, as we are every week. Until I see you next time, seek peace, live in love, lead with kindness, embrace unity, always work to raise your vibration and the vibration of everything. And maybe most importantly, remember that you are love and you are loved. And I'll see you next week. It's the Sheena Metal Experience. I'm Sheena Metal. Thank you to everybody. Thank you.
All right. Now comes the transition, folks. So let's get the next show ready and going. And hello to everybody that's watching on all the platforms. Okay, he's not here yet, which is good. Gives me time so I can do other work. This is how it is. It's bang, bang. Go from one to the other. All right, that's done. Go here. This is Bishop. It works so hard helping people. He always usually comes on 5 minutes prior to the show because the guy never rests. He's an amazing individual. He really is. So again, hello to those watching on Rumble and YouTube, Trovo, Twitch. As we get ready to start the next show. Hello, Elise, you're still there. And Ken. Ken is stirring stuff up. Oh man, where is the bishop? I hope he's okay. This is unusual. I gotta change his banners. Okay, we need to change that. This is unusual. Got me a little worried, Bishop. Where are you? Let me see if I have any messages on my phone. He's so reliable. No messages. Oh boy. I may have to. Here he comes. There's the busy man himself.
Hey, buddy.
We have 3.5 minutes. You might want to get to TikTokers. Just so you know, we're streaming live right now on my platforms for them for a meteor shower. So everybody's going to be able to hear your show on my Rumble, my YouTube, my Twitch, and my Trovo right now. They're listening. So
Well, fantastic. Well, let's go on TikTokers, and here we go. Whew.
All righty. I know.
All right. Well, hello there, TikTokers, and howdy to you. I hope you're having a beautiful Friday. We're getting ready to get started here in about 2 minutes and 45 seconds, 50 seconds out, whatever. So we're going to have a good show. Looking forward to it. Hopefully you're having a good day. Mr. Producer, are you having a good day?
Absolutely. And it's even better now that you're here sitting in that chair.
Oh, keep talking. Don't stop.
By the way, happy Thanksgiving and blessings to you and your family.
Well, yeah. Well, happy Thanksgiving to you as well, and happy Thanksgiving to all you folks. I tell you what, it's coming up. Can't believe it's already Thanksgiving. Isn't that crazy?
Yep.
But so yeah, we're looking forward to it. Hopefully, everybody is looking forward to it as well. I gotta fix this chair. This chair keeps sliding every time. I hate it's an old chair, and there we go. It's just an old chair. That's what happens. So anyway. Good evening to all you folks. Let me just fix TikTok. I literally just sat down in the chair, folks. So just bear with me here. But we'll get started here momentarily. All right, so I gotta get Spreaker set up. I always forget that. I always forget Spreaker. I do. It's terrible. Paranormal show. There we go. We'll just call it paranormal show.
A little hint to the topic tonight.
Oh, demonology. We're going to talk about specific demons tonight. We never ever talk about demons, but we're going to mention certain demon names, and we're going to actually have a conversation about them, and of course answer all the questions. But we're going to specifically talk about specific demons.
Okay.
That I think it needs to be, and normally I never do that ever, but tonight is I think it's necessary.
Well, have a great show as always.
Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate that, my Mr. Producer Sunshine.
We have 1 minute.
1 minute to go, everybody. 1 minute. Hang tight with your questions for just a second. I promise you, I'm not ignoring you. It's just we're going to kind of get ready to get started. Let me just say, I'm setting up the background and all this other stuff. I'm trying to get everything situated. I have a little screen background there. I try to do the green screen, which I love, but when I was do the show live, it kept flashing and was like, whoo. So it's driving me crazy. I know it's probably driving you guys crazy.
25 seconds. Oh,
What's
25,
that?
25.
Oh, 25 seconds to go. Are we excited, everybody? Are we excited? Well, let's say almost my birthday. Well, happy big 47th birthday to you. All right.
10 seconds.
10 seconds. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Mr. Producer, we're going to put you on show. We got to interview you one day.
I'm ready for it. All right, here we go. Have a great show.
Thank Here we are, folks. It is Friday, and happy Friday to all you folks. Hopefully you're having a good Friday. And well, happy birthday to your daughter tomorrow. Well, I thank you very much, Ryan, and I appreciate all of you guys. What happened to me? What happened to me? What do you mean, Bing Bong 7238? That's TikTok on Bing Bong 7238 said, "What happened to you?" Oh, you're talking about my thin. Okay, yes, okay. Well, we'll talk about that in just a second. Just hang tight, and I promise I'll get to you, folks. First of all, there's a couple things we got to let you know about. I want you to do yourself a favor. I want you to go to this website called kgradb.com. Again, let me tell you what it is. KGRAD as in dog, B as in bicycle, .com, kgradb.com. And I want you to go to that website because they have all kinds of paranormal shows there, really cool shows. And yes, this show is airing right now on the website. And, if you're like me, you love the paranormal. But it gets stagnant sometimes. You want to kind of learn, you want to watch something different. Well, folks, you got to go to the site. You have to go to the website and you need to subscribe. Look, folks, first of all, it's very inexpensive to subscribe. But do yourself another favor. I want you to put Bishop as your promo code, because if you put Bishop as your promo code, you're going to get 30% off your subscription. So why not? I mean, that if you're going to save money, do it, of course. So again, kgradb.com. As a matter of fact, that's who sponsors the shows. So, when I come on air on Sundays and Mondays and Wednesdays and Fridays, these folks they're the ones that's sponsoring the show. So you should show them some love by going to their website, kgradb.com, put Bishop as your promo code, and subscribe to them. Because, again, we really appreciate them doing this. Mr. Producer is behind the scenes. He's producing the shows on Fridays as well. So just kind of, if you would, just show them some love. Because, they don't have to do this, and they do. And I really appreciate it. I do so much. And so it's a great family. It's a truly wonderful, wonderful, wonderful family. Well, thank you very much. My goodness gravy. Let me just follow this individual. And, I do follow. Well, great. Thank you, dear. Okay. Also, if you would, please go to my website, bishopjameslong.com. Now, I do teach demonology, angelology, paranormal studies, and genealogy. I teach all 4 classes, and you learn at your own pace. It's 100% online. So all you have to do is click on the class button. That's it. That's all you have to do. And it takes you right to the site. You sign up, and it's on Facebook private groups. So, you learn at your own pace. And but they're very detailed. People are always asking me about, I want to learn more. Well, folks, that's what you do. bishopjameslong.com. Click on the class there. I have a store there as well. Now, I am going to have some really cool, I'm going to be having, well, this is not it, but I have some Benedictine necklaces, so the bigger necklaces that are really, really cool. They're quite beautiful. Here it is. And I'm going to be having them up. I'm going to put that up tonight. And so if you want the Benedictine necklace, I will have that. Now, that takes a couple of weeks just to get to you, so just kind of be patient. But I'm going to put that up this evening. After the show is over. Let me show you this really cool. Saint Benedict is the patron saint for exorcists. And so I will be sending this to you so you can get those. That is the front, and that is with the back. That is the actual Benedictine necklace. They're really beautiful. See? And there's the back as well. So I'll be sending this to you, but you have to order that. And of course, 100% of this goes to funding the ministry as well. And so there we go. And you'll get also a kind of an information, which is very, very cool. It's a card that I'll be sending you. It's on Saint Benedict and what the medal means. So, which is important because a lot of people want to always ask me, well, what does the CSSML mean, and what does what do the initials mean? Well, I tell you this. I'll give you the card as well in this little pouch. So I will send that to you, which is very, very cool. So again, it goes to funding the ministry. And So just make sure, check that later on tonight, hopefully by night prayer, maybe. No, I won't have it up by night prayer, but I will have it up later on this evening. Night prayers tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay. I do send it to Costa Rica, but I do ask that people pay for international, obviously. Now, if you want to join us for night prayer, now on my Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, friends, there we go. I have the URL there for you. For those of you who are on TikTok and everywhere else, or you can just simply go to my website, bishopjameslong.com. Just scroll down to the bottom and it says night prayer. Click on it and boom, it takes you right to our night prayer. We have night prayer Monday through Friday at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And everyone is invited. There we go. All right. So that is all the fun-filled, exciting, I guess, notes that we want to pass on to you. Yep. And Mr. Producer just reminded me. And of course, if you want to go to the church's website, people are always asking about the church. Folks, here's the website, usocc.org. There you go. So if you want to know, about the church, if you want to know more about usocc.org, that's where you got to go and check us out, because inevitably I'll answer the question and then someone two minutes later or 2 seconds later will ask again. So usocc.org, it's all there for you. It's all there for you. I understand. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, when you miss night prayer, it becomes a part of you. It truly does. And I'm there every night. Okay, so let me give you a very quick update. As most of you know, I've been talking a little bit about my gallbladder, and I've been in a lot of pain. A little uncomfortable tonight, but we're here. So I don't think the issue is the gallbladder. Now, and I've been relatively open about my health issues in the past, transparent, because I believe in transparency, even though, my personal health is really none of anyone's business except for my own, my doctor's. But it doesn't appear to be the gallbladder. So, several years ago, I had tumors in the stomach, stress, anxiety, a whole host of issues. It does appear to be the tumors have returned. Now, the good thing is these tumors are treatable. Now, I'm scheduled to have a scope next Wednesday. Woohoo! Fun times. And if you've ever had a scope, and you know that your throat is very sore. I really don't want to do it, because that means I'd have to cancel Bible study right before Thanksgiving, and that really affects me. I don't like that. It really bothers me a lot. So I'm hoping that I can still do Bible study next Wednesday. I know it's kind of stupid, and maybe I shouldn't push myself, but I just don't like to cancel. I just don't like it. So I'm going to attempt next Wednesday. I'm supposed to have my scope, just so we can see, hey, look, what are these tumors are doing and all this, and medicines and all that stuff. So I'm on medicine now to clear that up. Hopefully it will. But just give you a heads up on that, and we'll see. We'll see. If I'm feeling great on Monday and Tuesday, I may not even do it. I may cancel it. I really don't want to, because primarily I don't want to miss it. I don't want to miss Bible study. That is a priority. My health is a priority, but we'll see. We'll see. Well, we can't move it to Thursday. I could move Bible study to Thursday, but of course next Thursday is for those Thanksgiving, and so anyway, we'll see. Just hang tight. I'll let everybody know whether or not Bible study is a go for Wednesday. If not, then I'll have to cancel and we'll do it on Sunday. But if I can talk, if I still have the scope on Wednesday and I can talk and my throat's not too bad, then I'm still going to have it on Wednesday. So anyway, there we go. That's the fun-filled, exciting moments. All right. Tonight, we're going to talk about paranormal, anything and everything related to the paranormal. And we're going to answer your questions too. We'll do the best we can. and kind of go there. Now, Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And for those of you who are on TikTok, I appreciate for those of you who are subscribing to the channel. That's very kind of you. That's very, very, very kind of you. So thank you for that. We kind of push forward, don't we? That's what we got to do. Oh, you've been waiting for me all week. Well, then I've been waiting for you all week, Julie. So thank you for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you, all of you guys. Oh, okay. People are asking about the weight. Yep. Although the past 2 days I haven't been able to walk because I haven't been really feeling that great. So I walk 5 miles a day. And I drink lots of water. As a matter of fact, I have 2 bottles of water here. And I drink lots and lots and lots of water and protein. So, I've cut out the sugar, I've cut out the carbs, and I walk. So I'm not sick. No, it's not, there's people are saying, oh, what's wrong with you? No, I'm not sick. I'm walking. I want to lose weight. And so I just want to be healthy. I want to be around for a little bit. I want to stick around and hang out with you guys for a while. And so the only way I can do that is to be healthy and exercise. And that's what we're here for, All right. Oh, goodness. You had congestion for 2 legs. It's going around. Boy, I tell you what, it is going around. And thank you for those of you who are tapping that screen. Tap, 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 tap. Thank you. Well, I look younger. Well, that's what happens when you lose that weight and you feel better and you have a lot of water. And, that's what you do, Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Today, let's get to 100,000 likes. 100,000 likes. Tonight, we're going to talk about demonology. Now, most of you who follow this community, because I don't really like saying follow me. I'd rather say follow this community because it is our community. We're building this community together. So most of you who follow this community know that we really don't mention demon names, okay, in the chat room. Because that really is that could be dangerous, and we just stay away from it. And we also, of course, we ask people, just be kind, don't spam, just be kind. But tonight is going to be a bit different. Okay, so tonight I am going to mention a couple of demonic entities' names. Now, don't worry, we'll say, St. Michael prayer before we begin. And the sole purpose of tonight is to teach a little bit about some of the demonic entities that are being used often in today's world as if, you're just talking about Santa Claus. And it's been just being thrown around. Names are being thrown around. And even not only that, but some demonic names are even being used for the sole purpose of summoning. And I am deeply concerned about that. Very, very deeply concerned about that. I don't like it. And so I have to teach people, hey, look, this is serious stuff. So tonight and tonight only, we're going to talk about demonic entities' names, and we're going to mention them. So just understand, normally we never do that. But tonight we're going to allow it because it needs to be taught. It needs to be taught. Now, there's a lot of people understand, too, that there are millions of demons. So no one can possibly know every single demonic name. So I have a plethora of resources that I'll be using. So if someone says, what about this demon name? I'm like, I'm not familiar with that demon name. So you might have to be patient with me while I look several things up because I don't have every demonic name memorized. No one does. I'm not a walking encyclopedia. So let's talk about this one particular demonic entity that people are mentioning that is problematic. So before we do, St. Michael the Archangel, defend us in battle, be our protection against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray. And do thou, O Prince of the heavenly host, by the power of God, cast into hell Satan and all evil spirits who wander through the world seeking the ruin of souls. Amen. All right, we are not provoking, and we are not inviting. We are learning. I know that there's a lot of people out there who have turned away from Christianity because perhaps maybe of what pastors have done to you. I know this. I know that many of you have turned away from Christianity because perhaps maybe you were brought up in a family that even abused Christianity, used it as a way of controlling, manipulating. And I know some of you have turned away from Christianity because of unfortunately, man's screwed up mentality when it comes to the Christian faith. I get it. I understand that. I don't judge you. So let me just say that. We may not agree with one another, but I don't judge you. I understand. I understand if you come from a perspective where you were abused mentally, verbally, physically, pastors that were abusing their power, and many pastors that are not properly trained. They have no education. They have no formal training at all. And they go on the pulpit and they start screaming at you and condemning you to hell because you happen to be LGBTQ plus, or because you happen to be married, or because you happen to have tattoos. And yet they have no idea. They have no idea what they're preaching and why they are preaching against you. They're just preaching hatred. That is not Christianity. So let me just say that very clearly. If you have a tattoo, you're welcome here. If you're divorced, you're welcome. If you're LGBTQ plus, you're welcome. If you are another faith, you're welcome here. We're not going to judge you, and we're going to welcome everybody. So let's talk about this one particular demonic entity that I'm deeply troubled with, because it is a movie that Disney just put out called Loki. Are you familiar with this? Let me just pull this up. I have not seen this movie, but I have heard a lot of things about it, and I'm troubled by it, very troubled. So Loki is a Marvel Studios. Loki features the god of mischief as he steps out of his brother's shadow in a new Disney Plus series that takes place after the events of Avengers Endgame. I think that, quite honestly, Disney, there's a problem. I have a problem with this. I have a very serious problem with it. And I don't like what they're doing. And because Loki actually is a demonic entity. And we're going to talk about Loki. And a lot of people, a lot of kids are even, some kids they don't know, and maybe even parents don't know that they talk about Loki as if Loki is a good guy. Let me just give you a little bit heads up. The Disney Plus roster of Marvel Cinematic Universe television show is continuing to expand. Loki will mark the franchise's third television show on Disney streaming service when the 6-episode series premieres. And Loki is a trickster god. On May 5th, of course, Disney announced that the series would debut on June 9th, of course, and successive episodes would then stream on Wednesdays. The show, per Disney, the show will follow the villain Loki, who's played by Tom Hiddleston, as he resumes his role as the god of mischief in a new series that takes place after the events of 2019 Avengers Endgame. Says here, Loki has long been regarded as one of Marvel's cinematic universe most popular characters, villains or otherwise. Hiddleston portrayed the character in a handful of franchise films, including all 3 of the Thor films in 2012, the Avengers, and 2018 Avengers Infinity War. And the character served as the primary antagonist in the first Thor film and the Avengers. I just don't like what they're doing here. I don't like that Disney has done this. So let me just give you a little bit of information about Loki. His mischievous nature was such that he even managed to slither his way into becoming one of the Norse deities. And Loki was known to be a god of mischief, a god lowercase g, magic and fire as well. Now, his heritage does aid in explaining the complexity of his character, as once went to the war against Aesir and are considered in many ways their enemies. Now, Loki, who was believed to be as the son of a giant as well as a goddess, straddles the two warring factions, a trait which plagues his character throughout his mythology. He marries the minor goddess Sin, but has many affairs, his most notable with the giantess Angerborda, and whom he gives birth to Hel, the queen of Niflheim. The trickster god also, interestingly enough, is the mother of Odin's great eight-legged steed, as Loki mated with a powerful male stallion while disguised as a mare. As his parentage and his progeny are all outside the normal state of his affairs, even the godly world, scholars believe that there must have been pertinence to his connection to so many dark and powerful figures in Norse pantheon. So please understand this. Yeah, and you're right. Shannon Long even said Disney is even selling his sigil on dog tags. Do you understand what I just said to you? Disney is selling its sigil. This is a problem. This, to me, I don't like this. I have a major problem with this. And to me, it's probably, it comes from Norse, N-O-R-S-E. It's technically Norse mythology. For those of you who don't know, it's Norse mythology. And this demon is, like I said, a son of two giants, and who abandoned him in battle with Odin. And Odin is one of the Greek gods in Norse mythology. Now, some say that Odin and Loki became blood brothers and undertook adventure with Thor. But ultimately, whether or not you believe it's good or bad, I just don't think that this is appropriate at all, and I have a problem with that. So again, it's in it's Scandinavian mythology, and Loki, or some people spell it with L-O-K-I or L-O-K-E. It's the principle of evil. He's a mischievous wretch, author of intrigue, vice, crime, father of the most abominable monsters, spirit of evil, also known as the spirit of evil. And he's called the son of the giant Verbante, and is married to the Ingerbode. I don't know. To me, that's an issue. It's people now. But keep in mind, it's quite natural considering that Loki, the character of Loki, that at a later period he should have become identified with the devil of Christianity. Some people have even identified Loki as the devil, who is called in Norway to the present day Laake. So this is not something. This is not a demonic entity that should be at all considered good or considered great or absolutely even televised or even having a movie for the love of God named as the main character. Why would you? Or the devil's son. I just don't understand this. See, this is the problem, is when we normalize, and I want you to listen to, when we normalize demons, when we begin to think, oh, they're not so bad, and then you try to spin it and put in a different character, a different type of personality on them, that's when you get into some very serious trouble. Because we're normalizing demonic entities into our society. And not only are we normalizing, but then we're introducing them to our children through Disney movies. And that's a problem. So let's talk a little bit about this, because I think this is very important. And then I'll get to your questions. I promise you on the top of the hour. I swear to you, I'll get to your questions. I promise you, okay? So I'll get to them. But right now I'm just kind of talking about demons, and then I'll go into all your questions, okay? I promise. Let's talk a little bit about the demonic entities. In 1 Peter chapter 5, verse 8, we're given an important warning. As a matter of fact, when we have our Bibles, a night prayer, Monday through Friday at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, this is one of the readings that we read. And it says here to stay sober and alert, because the devil is prowling like a roaring lion, looking for someone to devour. That's what Scripture says. As firm believers in Christ, we are taught about demons. Demons are fallen angels. I don't care what anyone tells you. If they tell you anything else otherwise, with all due respect, they're misleading you. Demons are not going to be your friend. Demons are not going to be here to be your buddy. Demons are not going to do your will. They're not going to do your bidding. So the idea that you think that you're going to force a demonic entity to do your bidding or to do your... Folks, I'm telling you now, you're going to be misled, because that goes all back to the key of Solomon. And the lesser key of Solomon is incorrect. And we'll talk about the lesser key of Solomon. I have no problem teaching you about it. But what people are doing is they're going online and they're finding these sigils of these demons. And then what they're doing is they're using Ouija boards or using other devices, and they're trying to summon that particular demon because they think that because they have the sigil of the demon that they can control that demon. No, what you've done is invited. You've summoned. That's what you've done. So the belief is that you can summon these demons and then they can do your bidding. Folks, they'll do what you ask them to do. I mean, if you want them to hurt somebody, they'll be more than happy to do so. If you summon a demon I want to summon the demon because I want to force this or I want to do this. Oh, they'll be more than happy to do they'll be more than happy. But you're going to pay a price. It's not free. Because what you've done is made a pact with the devil. That's what making a pact with the devil means. So you are summoning a demonic entity for the sole purpose of doing what you want, for nefarious reasons. And sure, they will work very hard for you, no problem at all. But then they collect their payment. And their payment is your soul. So while if you're there are people who try to summon these demonic entities to hurt others because maybe they got hurt or for revenge. Okay. More than happy to. More than happy to. And then you see, and here's what happens when you summon these demons, and then you see somebody that you put a curse on them, that you call upon, you summon a demonic entity to harm that person, and then you begin to see that person's life seems to be going through a lot of struggles, and then that gives you a sense of, I got some power. I got some power. I can do this. But in that moment, you've sold your soul. That's the God honest truth. Demons are fallen angels with a mission. They promote sin. They induce temptations. Remember, they absolutely try to tempt Christ many times. They torment, frighten us, to do anything that will keep us away from God. Revelation chapter 12, verse 7 through 9 says this. So like their counterparts, the characteristic of a demon is spiritual, immutable, and immortal. Demons are not all-knowing. They're not everywhere. Their power is limited to that of God. Demons also do not pertain to just one person or any kind, but have various purposes and knowledge in the area of expertise. So actually, there are different names of demons along with classifications, especially in Scripture. So, and the reason is, this is why I wanted to really, we've always talked about demons, but I really want to get into a conversation, and I'll get to their names in just a second. Demons, you have to understand, listen to me very carefully, demons are malevolent. They're evil beings that are able to travel within the transcendent dominion. They are not restricted to time or space. So while you are, like, let's say right now, or you may have summoned a demon, and then nothing happens. People tell me that all the time. Well, Bishop Long, I've summoned demons and not anything happened to me. And then I say, yet. Because 15 years to you may seem 15 years, but 15 years to a demonic entity is like that, the snap of a finger, because they exist outside of time and space. So they can wait. It's like a second to them. Of course they can wait 20 years. That's no big deal to them. They don't exist within time and space. So while 20 years maybe it's a long time to us, and then all of a sudden all hell breaks loose in our hand. We're trying to figure out what in the world happened because the demon came back to collect what's rightfully his or its. Because you made a pact with it. So you may be living high on the hog now by summoning these demons to cause problems with people's lives. You're going to have to answer to that. Please understand, folks, I'm getting nothing out of this. You're not paying me. I'm not charging. I'm telling you this because I truly, truly believe this. And I've seen possession. I've seen people, 30 individuals who were really, truly possessed. And I'm not talking about people who are, like a flaying on the ground, like a fish out of water that you see on television. I'm talking about people who are truly possessed. This is why I'm so passionate about this, because I've seen it. I witnessed this. And this is why I'm so passionate, because I want to do everything that I can to not convince you, because there's some people that just won't be convinced, but to tell you this stuff is real. I swear, as God is my witness, if I had an ounce of doubt, just an ounce of doubt, if possession existed or if demons existed, folks, I swear to you, I would do something else with my time. I promise you, especially right now, because I'm in pain. But I'm here teaching you about demons because I am passionate, and I want to tell you this is the stuff that I have seen. It's not make-believe. No matter what anyone says, people tried to dismiss or even tried to downplay the dangers of demonic entities. That's misleading. They're purposely misleading you. The individual sometimes maybe even that individual truly believes this, folks. That's the demonic entities playing games. They're playing you. Now, understand, there are different names of demons provided by different traditions, including the Bible, but one thing remains the same, and I want you to listen and listen good. Demons are not good beings. They are not. They will not be your friend. They are not interested in being your buddy. They're not interested. They don't give a damn what you want. They don't care what you need. They don't care about you, period. As a matter of fact, the only thing that they want is your destruction. That is what there's nothing more that gives them greater pleasure knowing that they have removed you from the grace of God. That gives them great joy. There's nothing else that they want. They want to remove you completely from God. That is their goal. Demons are terrible. They never come. They never, and they will never come to you with good intent. No matter what anybody says. I'm telling you as an exorcist. I'm telling you guys as someone who has seen possession. There's nothing good that a demonic entity wants. There's nothing good that a demonic entity, there's nothing good. Nothing. They're very intelligent. They're not stupid. They're ancient beings. You understand, they know how to manipulate us. And they do. Oh, yeah. And they do. And we'll talk about Asmodeus. The most alarming characteristic they hold is how they are able to manipulate human beings. They don't want you to think that they're evil. Demons have only power over us because we allow them to. Either by inviting them or by invoking them. If you please understand that. They try to tempt people to abandon their faith. And this is what they do. They want to, if you've had any type of issues or personal issues with your faith, they will manipulate those emotions and they will amplify them because they'll make you want to hate God. They'll make you want to turn away from God, to denounce God. And maybe you've had a legitimate argument. Maybe you had a legitimate point to be angry with Christianity because of what a pastor has done. I get it. But don't blame God for the actions of man. And demonic entities will manipulate you and try to pull you away, to abandon, to cause you. Ultimately, it's your decision, but they will tempt you to abandon your faith. I'm not talking about a religion. I'm not talking about a religion. And let me just make it very clear. All demons are evil. There is this nonsense that there are some good demons. That is bullcrap. That is the biggest lie there is. There is no such thing as a good demon. There is no such thing. I don't care what anyone, if anyone tells you that there are good demons, they are telling you, and they may truly believe this, but they are, unfortunately, they're being misled by that demonic entity. There are no such thing. There's no such thing as a good demon. I'm telling you, folks, as God is my witness, may God strike me down right now if I'm telling you a lie. There are no good demons. They don't exist. Demonic entities by its very nature is repulsed by God. They are repulsed by everything that God is. And we are created in God's image, and therefore we cause extreme repulsion within them. Do not believe. Don't believe it. There are no such thing as good demons. And furthermore, there's no way. You're not going to change the nature of a demonic entity, no matter what you think. Because there are people telling me, well, I want to be friends with them so that I can change their person, maybe change their mind. Then you don't realize that they've already beaten you. You have no idea. You have no clue. They've already beaten you and you don't even know. The moment you think that you're going to change their mind, that's ego speaking. Because they are in the presence of God. They were in the presence of God, the creator of all things. And they still freely chose to reject God. So what makes you think that you have some magical power that God doesn't? Do you see? You don't. You're not going to change the demonic entity's nature. They've already been judged. They've already been condemned. And for you to think that you're going to change the nature of a demonic entity is the moment that you don't realize you've already been defeated. You've already been beaten. Before the different names of demons, please understand that we have some general characteristics first. Demons have levels, just as angels. They're angels. They're Ephesians chapter 6, verse 10 through 12. We are told to stay strong because we are not dealing with the flesh or tangible or visible beings like humans. Instead, we are against the rulers, authorities, powers of the dark world. Satan has control over all demons, and their goal is to be an army to defeat God. That is their goal. Hence, so we, as children of God, we got to put the armor of God on. Ephesians also tells us that we must be against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. So from this, we're able to understand that each demon has its own function. So these are also why demons have different names and not just one. So demons is a general term used to identify these evil forces. Understand also, demons can demonize. Do you understand that? Let me explain this. Unlike how being demonized is presented in the movies, demonic possession is shown differently multiple times in the New Testament. So one example was while Jesus was traveling, there were two men possessed by the demon known as Legion. Mark chapter 8, verse 28. And so here it is shown that the demon feared Jesus, he feared Jesus, who held power and authority given by God. Indeed, demons can demonize people by entering into us if we permit them. Demons can influence our thoughts, our actions, our words. It's terrifying. It really is terrifying. But the Bible also offers a solution. That demons cannot demonize someone without your invitation. Now, in connection to being demonized, is it possible for a person to be free from this demonization? Yes. But there are risks. Taking a demon out, performing an exorcism is like a cleansing a severe infection in the skin. If it's not done properly with the correct method and standards for sanitation, the infection will get worse. See, Matthew chapter 12, verse 45 tells us that without proper spiritual care, a demonized person can become more demonized. Do you understand that? I'm going to say that again. Matthew chapter 12, verse 45. So cleaning up your life without filling it with God's words allows Satan and his demons to refill that empty space, making your life even 7 times worse. Now, demonic entities have different characteristics, and one thing remains consistent, and that is their great ability to confuse people. And again, I'll get to your questions in just a second, TikTok. I promise you, on the top of the hour, and everybody else. Demons are nowhere as powerful as God. So they resort to searching and aiming for our weaknesses. And when they find our weaknesses, these demons, bam, take advantage of it. 1 John chapter 4, verse 4, it reminds us how we should always remember that the one within us is stronger than the one of the world. Whatever the demons offer, we should not be swayed, as the enemy sees this as a loophole. And also keep in mind, and we see this in Norse mythology, demons pretend they are God. Demons are not gods, nor will they ever be gods. But they have the ability to trick humans into thinking that demons are equal to, or our God is God themselves. And these actions and beliefs are seen in the lives of many people. They try to, oh, demons aren't so bad. They're other gods, lowercase g. That's it. No. So, and these people believe that they are offering their blood and sacrifices to God, when really they're being tricked into worshiping a fake God. And this fake God is a product of demons. If people are distracted away from God's word, these demons can lurk and deceive us into worshiping them. And Scripture talks about this. Now, according to Christian demonology, which is the study of demons, the main mission of the demons is to make humans sin. So you have to understand, the more we sin, the more we are separated from God. Think of it as they're trying to push us off the path, trying to make us go down the wrong path instead of the righteous one. And again, we're influenced by so many things on television or on social media that we begin to think, well, maybe they're not so bad, such as Loki on Disney. You see how I'm very, very disappointed that Disney would do this. I'm troubled that they would do this, that they would try to normalize demonic entities to children. So since it cannot attack something, and remember, since it cannot attack something near the presence of God, the demons want to separate us from God's presence so then they can attack us with ease. Do you understand that? Let me say that again. I want you to hear this very clearly. Demonic entities cannot attack anything near the presence of God. They can't do it. So that is what they do. They want to separate us from God's presence with our own free will, through tricks, through lies, through deception, so then they can continue to attack us with ease. It really is like a pack of dogs, or even lions. You know, that's how lions, even when predators, because you got to think of demonic entities are in fact predators. When predators attack, especially a pack of lions, when they attack a prey, they like to separate the one person or the one animal that they want to make its prey, and they try to separate it from the rest. So it becomes vulnerable. Well, that's what demonic entities will do to you. Now, demons don't follow just a single pattern of method into enticing us either. Demons can strike us through fear, flesh, deceit, greed, hate, temptation, anything you think, money, greed, power, love, fame, they entice, that forbidden fruit. Now, there are countless ways demons can take us, but for our part, we only have to answer one answer to all these, and that's our relationship with God. Demons cannot touch you if you remain in the presence of God. Now, flesh, devil, world, enemy, there's some terms used to refer to demons. However, the Bible has a few of the names of demons that are addressed. And Jesus even spoke to demons are plural. That means more than one. They come in levels with different purposes. So like everyone, they each have their own names. They're fallen angels. So here are some mentioned names of demons in the Bible, along with the different purposes, the history, the specialization. Okay, here they are. First, and I'll get to your questions, I promise you. I swear, I promise you, I give you my word, I will get to your questions at the top of the hour, okay? All right. Satan. Now, I've said this before, and I'm going to tell you again. There are a lot of people that try now to convince people that Lucifer and Satan are not the same thing. That's not true. Folks, that's misinformation. I'm telling you, for the love of God, that's misinformation. I'm not trying to sell you anything. I'm trying to teach you. I'm trying to convince you. I'm trying to show you this stuff is real. Look, again, I've talked about this. Lucifer, Satan, and the devil, they're all the same thing. Period. The end. I don't care what anyone else says. They are the same. Well, I have 2,000 years of church history behind me and my education that I'm teaching you. So someone can just have an opinion. Well, that's fine that you have an opinion, but I'm teaching you from 2,000 years of church history. I'm teaching you as a person who studied for the priesthood, and I'm teaching you as somebody who's devoted my entire life to this study. And as someone who's actually taken on and worked demonic cases and actually have worked possession cases. Look, Lucifer, remember, it refers to his angel self. Devil refers to his evil being, his existence. Now remember, and Satan refers to the concept that he is evil, the prince of darkness. The Bible clearly says in Revelation 12:9, the devil and Satan are the same. Now, people will say in Isaiah chapter 14, verse 12, people say, oh, no. It wasn't referring to Lucifer as the angel. It was talking about some king. No, it was not. No, it was not. You can ask any rabbi. It was not talking about a king. They would tell you. It was speaking of Lucifer, Satan. It says how you are fallen from heaven, O Lucifer. First of all, it could not be talking about a king because a king wasn't thrown down from heaven. So that's absurd theologically, period. So there's a lot of people who will say, okay, here's the quote. Isaiah chapter 14, verse 12 says, how you are fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning, how you are cut down to the ground, you who weaken the nations. And then there's this ridiculous misinformation going, well, it was talking about some particular king that was fighting the Hebrews. That's not true. It's not true, folks. Just because someone gives you an opinion, it doesn't. I'm telling you from biblically speaking, there was no king ever that was cast down from heaven. How you are fallen from heaven, Lucifer. That's Lucifer. That's the angel. I mean, it's common sense. Just in the pretext alone, it tells us. So therefore, and by the way, Jesus said in Mark chapter 10, verse 18, I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven. Folks, Lucifer and Satan, the devil, are all the same. If anyone tells you otherwise, they're misleading you. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to pick a fight. They're misleading you. Okay? Now, let me... In fact, by the way, Satan was being referred to as a recipient of many blessings from the hands of God. Remember, Lucifer, Satan, the devil, was considered a seraphim. He was anointed. Because, by the way, it says here in Ezekiel 28, verse 12 through 15, you were blameless in your ways from the day you were created till wickedness found you. Through your widespread trade, you were filled with violence and you sinned. Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 12 through 15 said that. So even in the New Testament, Jesus says that he saw Satan fall from lightning. Okay. The common misconception of Satan ruling hell, again, you got to understand this. Let me just say this because I want you to listen to me carefully, okay? Listen. The common misconception of Satan ruling hell is incorrect. Did you now listen? There's a lot of people think that Satan rules hell. No, Satan does not rule hell. That is theologically incorrect. He does not rule it. Instead, he is imprisoned in hell, just like any other demonic entity. Now, he is a seraphim. He is a high-ranking angel, no question. And he certainly has legions of angels behind them doing his bidding, yes. But there's a difference between ruling hell and being imprisoned in hell. Do you understand that? Because there's a meme, because again, here this meme says, if angel punishes the bad guys in hell, doesn't that make him a good guy? And I saw this on social media, and people are like, oh, that's a good point. If he's punishing bad guys, then doesn't that make him good? No, because first of all, the first premise is incorrect. Because he is imprisoned and tormented in hell as any other demonic entity. You understand that? That's very important to understand. Remember, in the same Satan's attack, he attacks us in the manner of temptation. We're given a reminder to stay disciplined, to be alert. Now, there is a demonic entity called Molech. And I'm not going to get into every single demonic entity's name. I can't. While it is not directly stated in the Bible that Molech is a demon, the act of worshiping under his name was an issue for Israel in the Old Testament, because there were people who, terrible. In Leviticus chapter 20, verse 2, there you can kind of look it up in the scripture. Leviticus chapter 20, verse 2. Since the act of worshiping false gods equate to demonic acts, Molech is a name that God has commanded us not to associate with. The history behind Molech's existence is imprecise. Scholars believe that the act of worshiping Molech came to the region of Canaan with the Phoenicians. Remember, Molech belongs to the terrifying list of names of demons. We got to just don't even mention, don't summon. Because what they did, here's why. You read in scripture in Leviticus 18, verse 21, not to throw your children in the fire, sacrifice your children. And people always ask me, what in the world was going on with that? What they were doing is they were actually throwing their children, their firstborn, into a fire, literally burning them alive as an offering to Molech. And then people want to know why I think demons are bad. You're throwing children in the fire. This is ancient history, folks. This is what people actually did. Let that sit in for just a moment. I'm not a parent. I think, people ask me, if there's anything that you really regret, what was it? I think the one thing that I regret in my life is that I never had children. I had little fur babies, but I've never had children. I think that's one thing that I would love to be a parent. I've even thought of being a foster parent, because to me, I think there's nothing more beautiful and wonderful than I used to teach kids with special needs. I used to be a special education teacher, and to be able to help a child grow and foster into a healthy adult, and to see them grow and mature, and boy, I tell you what, that's just it's a legacy. And can you imagine? Well, thank you, Alice. But can you imagine, for those of you who are parents, actually taking your firstborn and throwing them into a fire, offering them to this Molech? And then you want to know why I think demons are bad? That's demonic influence. Thank you, Justin. Okay, the act of worshiping Moloch was at peak during Solomon's reign, by the way. So let's talk about Mr. Solomon, King Solomon. King Solomon was brilliant, no question about it. His wisdom was perfect. His wisdom was absolutely no question. He was the son of King David. The belief was, okay, the lesser key of Solomon is that a ring, and I don't have it with me. I wish I'd. Hold on. Let me see. Bear with me. I tried to find it the other day. It's not like something that I wear, because obviously for a variety of reasons. I have books everywhere on my desk. You should see it. Hold on. I want to show this to you. If I can find there's a book here. There's a book. Hold on. Just bear with me. If I can find it, I'll show it to you. If I can't, oh well. Sorry. Good grief. I've got too many. I don't have this. It's not a huge desk anyway, so yeah. I don't know. It looks like I won't be able to find it. Well, that kind of stinks, because there are rings that you can buy. You can actually buy them online. The Lesser Key of Solomon rings. Oh, here it is. Okay, I think this is it. Yep, you can actually buy them. Terrible. Oh, no, that's not a ring. Oh, never mind. That's Mother. I think this is it. Yeah, this is it. So you can buy these rings online. So this is what you can buy. There it is. That's what the ring looks like. So the theory is, the Lesser Key of Solomon, is that he was given a ring, and it was carved in heaven. And an angel allegedly gave him this ring. This ring supposedly gave him the power to summon demons. And what he did is he summoned these demons and forced them into slavery, to build temples to multiple gods. Because Solomon loved women of the Orient. He loved women from different cultures. And he had an issue with that. And so what he would do to appease these women is then he would allegedly summon these demons and force the demons then to build these temples in honor of the multiple gods like Moloch, to appease the women that he was lustful after. Now, what's happening is that people are going online and they're finding these sigils, the demonic sigils. And then they're placing them on Ouija boards and they're summoning these demons because they think that they can force this demonic entity to do their will, whatever it might be. I had a case in which a person did that and they became possessed. And that was one of the most violent possessions I've ever worked. And it was all because they read the Lesser Key of Solomon. There's also a name called Legion. Now, with many names of demons, we can see that they are unlike God, for there is more than one demon. Remember, we only have one God. Now, this is a well-depicted, through Legion, a demon spoke to, by Mark chapter 5, verse 1, remember, and through 20. When Jesus arrived at the country, he met a possessed man outside a cemetery. And this man was like any other. So no one was strong enough to subdue him. And they tried binding him with chains and shackles, but none of that worked. So Jesus asked what his name was. And the demonic entity said, "My name is Legion, for we are many." Mark chapter 5, verse 9. So remember, demonization can include more than one demon. So a Roman legion consists of about 3,000 to 6,000 soldiers. And this made sense as to how the unclean spirit or demon was immensely powerful in terms of physical power. You see what I'm saying? Okay, now, Abaddon, or some people say Abaddon. Among the many names of demons available in different sources, Abaddon is definitely a name we want to avoid. Abaddon is mentioned in Revelation chapter 9, verse 11. His Hebrew name is Abaddon, and Abaddon is included in the 7 trumpets prophecy. It's described by the Apostle John. Now, under this prophecy, when the fifth trumpet is blown, demons will be released with the goal of bringing torture and terror towards those with God's seal. What does that mean? Baptism. And these demonic locusts will have a leader, and this leader is Abaddon. And this demon's mission is simple: torturing, causing suffering upon those who have declined to accept Satan as their leader. And again, Abaddon is only one of Satan's underlings. It cannot be denied that the thought of demons like these are scary. But remember, we have the power to turn against a future and eternal suffering. This is why we should choose, act, and speak carefully. Okay. There's the demonic traditions in the Bible. There are moments in the Bible that show how humans are prone to be enticed into the different names of demons and the false promises of being offered to them. Demonic traditions have been highly conducted throughout history. Now, divination is found in Deuteronomy 18, verse 10 through 12. Practices like killing chickens or any other, animal. They're willing to do this to observe its liver to somewhat predict the future of any queries about their paths. Necromancy, the point of necromancy when it talks about scripture and the demonic that influences this, it's from the word necro, or corpse, and this type of practice involved the bodies of the dead. Action aims to communicate with the dead by raising them up, by controlling them. Now, of course, we've talked about this before, and I'm not talking about paranormal investigators. That's not necromancy. We're not raising them up for the dead for the sole purpose of controlling them. That's not what we're doing. All right. So let's get into a couple other names, and then we will, if you have a particular demonic entity's name, I'll try to. But remember, there's thousands and thousands of demons named. Thousands. Millions. So obviously, I don't have them all memorized. But I have multiple sources that I have for you, and I'm going to bring them to you. Amen. That's Christian origin. Comes from the Christian demonology. In Christian demonology, he is the Marquis of Hell. Rules 40 infernal legions. One of the most popular spirit names. I've talked about Abaddon. In Hebrew term, it means a place of destruction. And if you have questions about a particular demon, you can ask. And yeah, Kathy, that's a great question. Why would any ancient culture believe that killing, sacrificing their children, burying them alive would appease the gods and solve the problem? That's exactly what demonic entities will do. They will go in and they will try to make you believe that what you're doing is actually for the betterment to appease these gods, these false gods, and that you will have blessings upon you and your family. And that is how the demonic entities will mislead you. It's very simple to become indoctrinated in culture and to mislead people, and that's exactly what was happening here. Well, John, the whole purpose was for John, because you got to remember, the scriptures many of the scriptures at this time have been read, have been written. And one thing that the writers didn't want to do is repeat what was already stated. John's purpose was prophecy, to really explain to us the importance of understanding the second coming and preparation for that. Okay. Yep. All right. Let's talk about, I will. Someone's asking about Balaam. All right. So let's talk about Balaam. Because a lot of people think Balaam is just such a sweetheart of an angel, and that there's nothing evil about him and all this other stuff. And again, it goes into this crazy, and then Baphomet. All right, let's talk about. Hold on. Balaam, it's a former member of the angelic order of dominions, and now one of the fallen angels with 40 legions of demons under its command. Now, Balaam, by the way, for those of you who want to know, is the 51st of the 72 spirits of Solomon. Again, the belief was that he summoned these 72 demonic entities to do his bidding, and he's actually the 51st. He is a terrible and powerful king with the head of a bull, man, and ram, the tail of a serpent, and his eyes of flaming fire. He rides on an angry bear. In some depictions, he is naked, carries a weapon. He speaks hoarsely and gives true answers concerning the past, the present, and future. He has also rendered people invisible, allegedly, and makes them have wit. Now, let me just pull this because there's so many, like I said, there's so many I can go. Again, there's thousands and thousands. Keep in mind, he's known as a king of hell. He's quite powerful figure, and this demon name has a very powerful connotations, which people actually have named their children Balaam. That's actually a child's name. For those of you, think about that for a moment. I don't know why anybody would name their child Balaam or any type of demonic entity's name. Let me see. Hold on. Because I've got so many, and we're going to talk about Zozo. We'll talk about that. Just bear with me for just 1 second, because I've got so many of these names. It's hard to, again, focus on one because people are hitting me with so many questions. So 1 second. Let me pull this. I have a lot of sites, liturgical sites, and I want to try to list some of them for you. Okay. There. All right. So let's go into this. By the way, he has a seal of murmur, according to people who follow this foul thing. Okay. Hold on, I'm trying to find where I found this thing. Really, I wanted to make sure that I can share with you. Hold on. And there's actually a singer named Balaam, which I don't understand. Why would you name your child Balaam anyway? I just don't get it. Yeah, Asmodeus. He has to have his seal in gold. It's listed as number 32 according to respective rank. He's strong, powerful, appears with 3 heads. First, like a bull, a man, and a ram. We talked about him. Balaam, by the way, he's commands. There's a belief of 40 legions of demons, and one. I'm telling you, this is a demonic entity that's why a lot of people are not fans of individuals who are psychics, because they try to say that they are being persuaded by Balaam because of what he does and the whole purpose of what he tries to do. Okay. So if you have any other questions, and we can kind of go from there, and I'll get to your, but there's so many questions. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There's a question. No, because demons cannot receive salvation because they've already been judged. Good question. When doing an exorcism, is it true that you need the name of the demon in order to complete the demon? I'm sorry, the possession. Yes. And here's why. This is what we do. The rite, actually, in the rite, the solemn rite of exorcism, we command the name of the demonic entity. We don't ask. We don't, will you please give us, we command in the name of Christ. Specifically, for those of people who actually, Yeshua, it's very clear. It's a command. And the reason being is because once you get the name of the demonic, then you have the control. And that's where the control begins. If you do not have the name of the demonic, and the demonic all the time will say, well, it's I'm Satan, or I'm this, and they try to do that to try to throw you off and to intimidate you. And so this happens quite often. Okay. But that you cannot change the nature of a demonic entity. You cannot. And people will tell me that all the time. Well, I pray for them. I'm trying to help them. I feel bad for them. Okay, fine. I understand that you want to try to change and try to help, but they don't want your help. That's the problem. See, that's the premise of the idea that you're going to help them. They don't want your help. They're not asking for your help. They're doing it because they hate God. I have come across several demonic entities. Now, I won't mention their names for several reasons. I just won't do that. And I have had quite a few who have said that they're the devil. Let's talk about Asmodeus. Because Asmodeus is one of those demonic entities that people like to talk about and they like to throw up. Throw up, not mean physically, I'm sorry. They like to throw that name out. Well, let me just talk a little bit. Thank you very much. For those of you who are offering gifts, thank you very much. Let's talk about Asmodeus. Understand, Asmodeus is the demon of lust. It's the third of the 7 deadly sins, and of jealousy, anger, revenge. By the way, it's the 32nd of the spirits of the 72 spirits of Solomon. Asmodeus' chief objective is to prevent husbands and wives to have children, wreck marriages, force husbands to commit adultery and women to commit adultery. It's also one of the chief demons involved in the cases of possession. Now, throughout history, he's been regarded as one of the most evil of Satan's infernal demons. He will make you think that he's in love with you. And many people will actually talk about getting into a relationship with Asmodeus. And it starts with incubus and succubus kind of ideology or experience. Now, he is portrayed as having 3 heads, having the feet of a chicken, very aggressive, a sexually aggressive creature, having wings and tail of a serpent. He rides on a dragon, breathes fire. Now, Asmodeus has its roots in ancient Persia. Please understand, this is a very ancient demonic entity. It wasn't just something that he just started today. His name is what, again, many people believed and still believe that he's one of the 7 archangels in Persian mythology. Now, the Hebrews absorbed him into their mythology, where he attained the highest status and most powerful of his legends. Now, according to Hebrews, he's the son of Nama and Shamdan, and prior to his fall from heaven, he was part of the seraphim, which is the highest ranking demonic entities, as Lucifer was. And in other Hebrew legends, he is either associated with or the husband of Lilith, the demon queen of lust. And sometimes he's said to be the offspring of Lilith and Adam, which I don't necessarily believe that. Now, the book of Tobit tells how Asmodeus lusted after a young woman named Sarah and killed each of her 7 husbands before the marriages could be consummated. And with an 8th, a tutor, Tobias, in her life, Sarah prayed to God for help, and God sent down the archangel Raphael, who instructed Tobias on how to make an incense of the heart and liver of the fish, which would drive away Asmodeus. And after Tobias and Sarah were married, Asmodeus appeared in their wedding chamber to kill Tobias. But the incense forced him to flee, and he went to Egypt, but Raphael tracked him down and bound him. Now, when you're talking about the Testament of Solomon, Asmodeus lives in the constellation of the Great Bear, Ursa Major. He spreads the wickedness of men, plots against newlyweds, spreads madness about women through the stars, ruins the beauty of virgins, and commits murders. He is forever thwarted by Raphael and the smoking liver and gall of a fish, especially the sheatfish, which lives in the Assyrian rivers. He has knowledge of the future. Asmodeus is taken into the presence of King Solomon by the prince of demons, Beelzebub. He's sullen, arrogant, defiant. He tells the king he was born of a human mother and an angel father. He also says that Solomon will have only a temporary hold over the demons, just temporary. So his kingdom eventually will be divided. Understand, Solomon inherited a powerful kingdom by King David. It was the most powerful kingdom in the world and most wealthiest. And Solomon squandered it. And he squandered it by creating multiple temples to these pagan gods, the demonic entities. And by Solomon, now the belief was, he admits that Solomon binds Asmodeus with care. He orders the demon to be flogged and orders him to state his activities. Asmodeus says, I am the renowned Asmodeus. I cause the wickedness of men to spread throughout the world. I am always hatching plots against newlyweds. I mar the beauty of virgins and cause their hearts to grow cold. I spread madness about women through the stars, and I have often committed a rash of murders. So Solomon puts him in iron chains and surrounds him with 10 jars full of water, which makes the demon complain bitterly. Asmodeus is forced to make clay vessels for the temple. And then Solomon also burns the liver and gall of a fish and a branch of storax beneath the demon, quelling his nasty tongue. But what's interesting is Solomon uses his magic ring to force Asmodeus and other demons to build magnificent temples. And after its completion, Solomon tells Asmodeus that he cannot understand why demons are so powerful when he, their leader, could be so easily chained. Asmodeus says that he will prove his greatness if Solomon will remove his chains and lend him the magical ring. Solomon does so, only to be hurled far away from Jerusalem. And Asmodeus steals the ring, forces Solomon into exile, and becomes king himself. So he throws the ring into the sea, but Solomon's lover, Ammonite Naamah, finds the ring in a belly of fish, or a fish belly, and then the king regains his power. He is immediately transported to Jerusalem. When he puts on the ring as punishment, he puts Asmodeus in a jar. That's where you hear, when you hear these paranormal investigators trying to find demons and they try to trap them, you know, put them in a jar or put them in a, that's where you're getting this. That's where, well, that's interesting. That's where you're getting that from. That's the history behind it. So anyway, that's the story of Asmodeus, and it goes there. There's a lot more to it, but we don't, for time purposes, we can't go into everything. Now let's talk about, because people always talk about this particular demonic entity, and I think it's important, Belial. And Belial, by the way, and we're going to talk about Zozo. It's actually in the Hebrew Old Testament, which later became personified as the devil. In Christian texts of the New Testament, the people, it's spelled many, many different ways. The Secret Book of John, that's actually an early Gnostic text, talks about Belias. Now, Belial, it means it's used to characterize the wickedness or worthless. And it's like lacking of, or just simply, some scholars translate it into Hebrew as just worthless. And in verses such as the book of Proverbs, in Proverbs chapter 6, verse 12, translates the Hebrew phrase, this as a naughty person. And we can talk about several things about Belial, and it's also mentioned in the Dead Sea Scrolls. If Belial's presence is actually found throughout the war scrolls, and is established as the force occupying the opposite end of the spectrum of God. So in Colossians 1, verse 1, the first line of the document, it is stated that the first attack of the sons of light shall be undertaken against the forces of the sons of darkness, the army of Belial. So we kind of have a little bit there. It's also mentioned in the testaments of the 12 patriarchs. So you can look that up as well. And in the New Testament, in 2 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 15, what concord hath Christ with Belial, it says, or what part hath he that believeth with an infidel? So even Paul talks about it. Okay, so that's Belial. And I know, again, there's so many more that people want to ask about. All right. Let's get into, and I'll get to the other, let's talk about Zozo real quick, and then I'll get to your actual specific questions. Because I've tried to answer them as well while I'm doing this. Zozo is a demon, allegedly summoned through the use of Ouija boards. And other forms of spiritual communication, like, seances and things of this nature. Zozo, it is believed to mimic the voice of the dead, who the user of the Ouija board wishes to talk to. And this demonic entity is cruel. He's sadistic. He likes to prey, P-R-E-Y, on people's insecurities, on their fears. He delights in telling them they're going to die soon. He loves to pretend he's other spirits. Oftentimes he says he has three spirits in one as a form of mocking the Trinity. And so he loves watching the victim squirm with confusion. He's very sadistic. And now there's really very little backstory on this demonic entity. He was rumored, by the way, to have been the demon that actually possessed Roland Doe. He used the Ouija board. Now, Roland Doe is the young boy in the actual movie, The Exorcist, the actual Exorcist story. And that's where we're getting Zozo. That's where Zozo really came about. I mean, as far as the name. And even in the movie, the book, The Exorcist, there is a name, Pazuzu. So Pazuzu comes from Babylonian culture. So we see this, excuse me, and let's talk about the history, our encounters with Zozo. I think it's important to understand. In 1951, Roland Doe was a boy who got possessed, allegedly by Zozo, after using a Ouija board, and he was eventually exorcised. In 1972 in Los Angeles, a mother named Doris Blyther, or some saying Blither, used a Ouija board and found herself haunted by a dark entity, which sought her and her family harm that spelt out Zozo. In 1977 and 79, the Enfield, by the way, if you don't know about this, check that out. You can Google Enfield, E-N-F-I-E-L-D, Enfield poltergeist in England, where a family got plagued by a malevolent force that spelled allegedly Zozo. And then in 2012, in Tombstone, in Nevada, there was some soldiers were off duty, decided to mess around with the Ouija board. And they made contact with an alleged spirit who told them that they had died in Tombstone, Arizona. And on the way back, one of the men got possessed and almost killed the others in a car crash. Now, the demon left him and he regained consciousness. So that's the story of Zozo. There's a lot of theories as to whether or not Zozo, and of course, it's been on television shows as well. And so, we know it's not the first time that we're talking about Zozo. Lilith, we know in Hebrew, it's a figure in Mesopotamia and Judaic mythology. Now, the belief that people say it was the first wife of Adam. It simply was not true. It's a demonic entity, and it's believed to be in the biblical Hebrew and the book of Isaiah. And around 500 or so, Lilith appears in many writings in Scripture. She's mentioned in the Babylonian Talmud, and Obviously, many people will refer to Lilith as a succubus. Now, in Jewish folklore, by the way, Lilith appears as Adam's first wife. She was created at the same time from the clay as Adam. The legend of Lilith developed extensively in the Middle Ages and in Jewish mysticism. For example, 11th century writings of Isaac ben Jacob HaKohen, Lilith left Adam after she refused to become subservient to him, and then would not return to the Garden of Eden after she had allegedly coupled with the archangel Samael. Now, interpretations of Lilith found in later Jewish materials are plentiful, but really, honestly, little information has survived relating to the Sumerian, the Assyrian, Babylonian view of the class of demons. But by the way, in Hebrew language texts, Lilith is translated as a night creature, night monster, night hag, screech owl. And actually, in Isaiah chapter 34, verse 14, Lilith reference does not appear in most common translations like a King James Version or New International Version. So Lilith is certainly there, and we see the historical context of Lilith, and whether or not you believe Lilith is a true incubus and succubus or not, I can tell you that incubus and succubus do exist. Okay, so what are some of your questions? And then we can kind of go from there. And I know there's a lot of you have. Baphomet. Okay. Yeah, Baphomet is certainly one of those demonic entities that is quite vicious, as all of them are. For those of you who don't know, Baphomet is the symbol of the satanic goat. Have you seen this before? My allergies are killing me. Excuse me. I got to put some eye drops in my eyes. They're just killing me. Sorry, folks, but I've got to do it. Man, my allergies are just really just kicking my rear end today. I don't have any tissue. That's all right. Okay. So let's get into a Baphomet. My eyes. No, I'm not crying. I just put stuff in my. Yeah, it's allergies are bad. Okay. Baphomet. If you ever seen the satanic goat, well, that's Baphomet. Baphomet is portrayed as a half human, half goat figure, or even a goat head, and many of you probably have seen this. The origin of the name Baphomet, it really is unclear, though. It may be a corruption of Mahomet or others. Now, the English occult historian Montague Summers suggested it was a combination of two Greek words, baphe and metis, or absorption of knowledge. So Baphomet has also been called the goat of Mendez, the black goat, the Judas goat. If any of you are familiar with that, we've seen, probably have seen the goat, so you know what I'm referring to. In the Middle Ages, by the way, Baphomet was believed to be an idol, represented by a human skull, a stuffed human head, or a metal or a wooden head with curly black hair. Now, the idol was said to be worshipped by the order of, again, this was the accusation. So the idol was said to be worshipped by the order of the Knights Templar as their source of fertility and wealth, which was simply not true. And the best known representation of Baphomet is a drawing in the 19th century, French magician Eliphas Levi called the Baphomet of Mendez. So you can look that up. You can Google that if you want, Mendes. And Levi combined elements of the tarot devil card and the he-goat worshipped in antiquity in Mendez, Egypt, which was said to fornicate with its women followers, as the church claimed the devil did with witches. Now, the Church of Satan, by the way, Anton LaVey, founded in 1966 in San Francisco, adopted a rendition of Baphomet to symbolize Satanism. So do not tell me that the Church of Satan doesn't worship Satan. The symbol is a goat's head drawn within an inverted pentacle, enclosed in a double circle. In the outer circle, Hebrew figures at each point of the pentagram spell out Leviathan, and a huge water serpent demon associated with the devil. So again, you're not going to sit there and tell me that the Church of Satan does not worship Satan, when in fact the symbolism is Satan. I mean, come on. So you know how ridiculous that is. And it even sounds ridiculous if you think about it. Okay. Look right back there, Joseph. So that's a little bit. Yeah, its allergies are terrible. Well, I appreciate that, Bobby. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Are you talking about Aleister Crowley? I mean, it depends on what you're referring to. I mean, he did several things. He was an occultist. He was a alleged magician. He was also a poet, a painter, novelist, and he was a mountaineer. So it really depends on when you're talking about Crowley, what in which element are you referring to? So, but yeah. Okay. So let's get into some of your questions about demonology, about possessions, about the paranormal, and then we can kind of go from that. Yeah, he was a wackadoodle, huh? Well, you're very, very welcome, Lee. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Well, okay. That's it. Regarding demonology, understand that I knew I wanted to be a priest when I was 5 years old. I began studying demonology when I was 9. I didn't quite understand a lot of what I was reading, but I knew that I couldn't put the books down. I became obsessed. As a matter of fact, there was a little branch right down the street from our house. It wasn't that far, and so many times I was going down there and I was reading. And I read I couldn't not put the books down. I just became almost obsessed with Satanism, the books and the reason is because I wanted to learn the opposite of God. Not because I was drawn to it or wanted to do it. I just wanted to understand why would something reject God so much. So even at 9 years old, I began to read, and I continue reading even to this day. I won't stop, because obviously this is a passion of mine, and it's something that I've done all my life. Okay. When will I go? Oh, angelology. Well, I kind of did talk a little bit about angelology already. So, okay. Attachment versus possession. So let's talk about the difference between that, because there is a difference. And let's talk about attachment. Okay. So let's say that you go out to a paranormal place, and you investigate, and if there's anything here, can you do something? Can you? You're Mensa smart. Well, because I'm a Mensa member. Only I would be walking around saying, "Hi, I have a Mensa pen. Look at me." But you have to understand. I went to space camp when I was a kid. I mean, that's pretty nerdy. But let me tell you something. If the day that I'm going to get to Kennedy Space Center, one day I'm going to. And I'm going to be a fat kid in the candy store because I am not going to want to leave. I'm going to just want to put a tent and just camp out there. One day I'm going to get to Kennedy Space Center. I'm going to make it happen. I will make it happen. And God, I can't. That's been a dream of mine. Never been there. I've been to Huntsville. I went to space camp as a kid in Huntsville, Alabama. But I've not been to Kennedy Space Center. But by golly, I'm going. Yeah, I love. Okay, so yeah, I'll get you. So let me get to your first question about the difference between demonic possession and demonic attachment. So you go out, something here, do something. I dare you to do something. Now the demon is saying, "Oh, I'm going to do something," and then it's attached to it yourself. It's attached to because you've given the invitation. So you go home. Now you have what's called demonic infestation. Demonic has infested itself within your home. Religious objects are desecrated. You'll hear bangings of three as a form of mockery. Sometimes animals are terrified. You will have a feeling of dread. You will get very sick. It's nausea. I mean, it's violent. Now it's attached to you. So what happens is many times in this stage, you have what's called demonic oppression. This is the same thing as attachment. So it's attached. So under oppression, it begins to attack you. In this stage, your intellect and will are being attacked. Do you understand this? So you have demonic oppression and demonic obsession. So demonic oppression is when it begins to physically attack you. It's biting you, pinching you, scratching you, causing you extreme sleep deprivation. You also begin to hear its voice. It mimics schizophrenia. That's called demonic obsession. So it's breaking your intellect and will down. At this time, you begin to isolate yourself from your family and your friends. You, if you were a religious person, now you don't want to talk about God. You don't want to even discuss it, because the moment that you do, it makes you sick. You become violently ill, and because it's trying to push you. Remember, the closer you are to God, then the demonic entities, as we go closer to God, the devil can't do anything. That's why it wants to push you away from God, so then it can attack you. So what it does, it's breaking down the intellect and will of the person. You isolate yourself. If you are a religious person, you can have a complete change, total change. You begin almost getting involved, and sometimes blatantly getting involved with demonic entities, thinking that they're not so bad. And even to the point where you're a proud lover of Satan. Demonic entities have broken you down and has made you think and has distorted your thinking process. Now that's breaking you down. And then once it does that, and the intellect and will is eradicated or at an incredibly substantiated, weakened point, that is when possession can take place. Because it's now you can no longer fight this off, because you are compromised intellectually and will. Now, possession. You do not remember possession. There's no memory of possession. None. In the church's 2,000-year history, please understand, no one has ever remembered being possessed. No one. And I, quite honestly, I think, with all due respect, and again, I'm not, you can say Roman Catholic, the Roman Catholic Church, has been doing this ministry for 2,000 years. So I think they would have a pretty strong argument for the truth, considering that they've been doing this for so long. There's never been a case where someone was remembered what happened during the stage of possession. Now, they remembered what happened that led up to possession. So they remember the oppression stage of being attacked and having their will and intellect being eradicated, but they do not remember the stage of possession itself. Now, possession, there are some there are mental changes of the person, complete changes in personality. Again, it continues. The person isolates themselves, sleep patterns, weight loss or gain could occur. Sometimes they'll become very hostile for no reason at all, begin cursing, even blaspheming God. They have an aversion to religious objects, extreme aversion. Sometimes there's self-mutilation. Some can dress very provocatively. If the person is normally a very conservative individual, now they're purposely going out and dressing quite scandalous. Their personal hygiene becomes compromised. Occult materials could occur in drawings or diagrams of demonic sigils. They become abusive or even threatening for no reason at all. And Now, it depends on the type of demonic entity. If it's an incubus and succubus, then many times they can become very sexually preoccupied, even to the point of being violent. Sometimes they'll have, well, especially under the stage of, now there's what's called transient possession and perfect possession. Transient possession is when the demonic has possessed the person, enters the body, leaves at will. Again, the person has no memory of that possessed state. It's almost like a catatonic. They have no memory of it. They remember what led to it, but they don't remember what they did. They have no memory. Now, there are physical changes that can affect the person as well. So sometimes they can go long periods of time without blinking. But keep in mind, that can also be a neurological condition. They sometimes will appear catatonic. They will speak in languages that they did not know, they've never studied. But a person will become very rigid. And it's almost and even when they do move, it's very serpentine. It's very the way their body slithers. Changes in the eyes. The eyes will go many times solid black where there's no whites. But they can possess inhuman strength. And now let me just tell you this: there's a term called precognition, the ability to predict the future. There's also a term called retrocognition. And that's one reason why, we know if a person is mentally ill versus, if a person is truly possessed. Because if the person in the stage of possession will have the ability of retrocognition, we know that's not a mental illness. What that means is it's the ability to know the past, the events of the individual. And it's not because they can read your mind. I've said this before. Demonic entities can't read your mind. They have the ability of retrocognition because through ordinary demonic activity, they are the ones that tempt you to sin. So therefore, they're going to know your sins. That's retrocognition. And that's why an exorcist will always go through the sacrament of reconciliation, confession, before performing an exorcism. They will sometimes, writings or symbols may appear on the body, which I have seen. I've not seen levitation that we've seen the whole body levitate, but I've seen that where the body, like here's the head and here's the feet and here's the torso, and the body just went just like this. And I even heard a crack in the vertebrae. I thought they were breaking their back, but it's just like someone had a string and just pulled them up, just like that. As I mentioned, the eyes, I've seen complete solid blackness, no whites, no whites. Multiple voices can occur. Multiple pitches, scratches, or again, writings can appear in the body as well. So there's a whole host of signs, and there's also outward manifestations. So if there's a demonic infestation, there's a way to know through outward manifestation as well. So there's a lot to it. It's just, I do believe Annalise Michel was possessed. I do believe that. Yep. But I also believe Annalise Michel, that the clergy involved really, really messed up there. They had no business, to be honest with you, they had no business continuing the rite with her. And again, that was her decision. It was her decision and her family's decision because they were very devout in their faith. And they truly believed that the medicines were no longer working. And so in their opinion, they were tired of it. They were tired of the medicines. They didn't want to do the medicines anymore. She stopped her taking her medicines. And the family put 100% of faith, 100% faith in the exorcisms because they believed that eventually she was going to be freed. And they stopped. And I think that was a mistake. I think it was a mistake on the demonic, on the clergy's perspective. They should have immediately gotten her help. And he didn't. And I think that was wrong. They should have said, look, we're going to stop this. We can continue this, but, we're going to have to back off for just a second and get her immediate help. And they didn't. And so I think that was a major problem with Annalise Michel. Understand, I have a soundbite of Annalise Michel's one of her exorcisms, and there are 32 pitches. 32 pitches. in this exorcism. 32. Now, some people say 37. Well, it doesn't matter. Once you get past 3, that's superhuman. So she truly believed that she was in fact possessed. Maybe I'll do on a Friday. Maybe I'll do a thing on Annalise and Roland Doe, specifically about them and talk about it. Remember, they did 67 rites over a 10-month period of time on Annalise, and so I think maybe I'll do that maybe one day. Okay. Do victims of possession see the entity when first gets possessed? That's a good question, Ghost. Many times when you're dealing with, especially with an incubus and succubus, yes. So here's what happens on an incubus and succubus. In the beginning, it doesn't start out as aggressive. In the beginning, it starts out as pleasurable. We're human beings, and sexuality is a gift from God. And so demonic entities will prey on that. And so what happens is many people talk about how it's a dream, and you dream of, a beautiful woman or a beautiful man, whatever it might be, and you don't stop that act. Well, what happens is it becomes repetitive, and then it begins very intrusive. And then you say, that's it. In the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to leave. Stop. Well, the gig is up now. Now the demonic entity is no longer going to portray it as a pleasurable thing. And that's where many times people will actually see the demonic entity. And that's the old hag syndrome. So, because now it does no longer need to trick you, because the invitation has already been granted by not stopping it. And so then once you say, that's it, in the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to leave. Well, it doesn't need to trick anymore. Now it just continues to become very, very violent. So in those cases, yes. Now, Annalise McKell, in Annalise McKell's case, Emily Rose, for those of you who don't know, or exorcism, Emily Rose is based on Annalise McKell. She actually described these beings under the stage of oppression and obsession. She actually described them as ghastly beings. Now, she was hospitalized because she suffered from grand mal epilepsy. She suffered from seizures. And at that time, they really didn't understand seizures. And so she was hospitalized for it, and she hated it because they didn't know how to handle it. And so they placed her in this mental hospital, and that's when the oppression became very violent. So she, under oppression, began to describe these ghastly figures. So that's a good question. How do you find God? People ask me that all the time, and I appreciate you asking. And I've said this a couple times. If you've lost your faith, then this is what I would like for you to do. Thanksgiving is next week. If you can, find a homeless shelter or any type of community that serves food, and do that. You will find God. When you show love and you show compassion to people, you will find God. Not because you're expecting something in return, because you're doing it because you know that's the right thing to do. You will find God. So if you're struggling with your faith, I encourage you. I really do. Thank you, Mr. Producer. I encourage you to go and go to a homeless shelter that serves food and volunteer. Just volunteer for, because they always need volunteers, and just volunteer. And you will find God. And that's at least that's from my perspective. Okay. Okay. So for those of you who are on Spreaker, I'm going to say good night to you and have a beautiful, beautiful evening. And I'll be talking to you guys, obviously, very, very soon. So I have to, unfortunately, I tell you what, I wish I could stay with you guys all night long. We could have all kinds of great, or delivering food to homebound elderly. Isn't that the truth? Just any type of ministry, any type of thing that you're doing to help somebody else, not because you're expecting something in return, just because you want to help. That's why I have always found God there. That's true. I want to remind you guys, please do me a favor. Go to bishopjameslong.com, bishopjameslong.com. Go to my store, purchase the items. I do have the St. Michael necklace as well, and the Benedictine bracelets and necklaces. So please go there. I will have up later on tonight the brand new Benedictine necklace. It's a beautiful necklace. I'll have that up later on. 100% goes to the ministry. Also, very quickly, if you can help, every year I do this. If you are able, if God has blessed you this year and you would like to help some families with Christmas this year, because a lot of people are struggling, then I want you to send me an email at bishopchristmas at yahoo.com. So if you can help, say, hey, look, I can help a family. I have my budget is $50 or $100, whatever it might be. Please send me an email there. And if you are a family that needs help, if you're a family and you have young kids, if you're a single mom, or if you're just a family and you're struggling, then contact me at the same email, bishopchristmas at yahoo.com, and just tell me what you need, what you're looking for, how many kids you have, their ages. That's very important. I need to know their ages and how many kids you have. And then what I do is I connect you with people who are willing to say, yep, I can help. And that's it. I back away and you guys communicate, and I just try to connect people with individuals who are blessed and who want to help others. Because I know a lot of people right now struggling, and I get it. So bishopchristmas at yahoo.com. If you need help, on the subject line, need Christmas help. If you are able to help, can help for Christmas. But again, you got to let me know if you can help. Just tell me what your budget is. And then I try to look at all the emails, and because I'm going to prioritize that over everything. And then I try to connect people. And so again, it's just my way of trying to help as many people as I can. I'm not going to be able to help everybody, but at least I've been doing this now. I've been doing this for over 15 years. And I've been doing it on Facebook, and I'll continue to do it. So, okay, if you can help, please do. Bear with me on TikTok. I'll be with you guys in just one moment. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to remind you guys, as I do every single time. First of all, this Sunday, I will be here for Bible study at 8 p.m. Eastern. Okay, Bible study. But remember, your value does not decrease based on someone's inability or refusal to see your worth. My friends, you are priceless, and never let anybody convince you otherwise. Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, God bless. The Sacred Division has been brought to you by Bishop Long's online paranormal course. Learn demonology, angelology, paranormal studies, and genealogy. It's 100% online, and you learn at your own pace. Please go to www.bishopjameslong.com and click on the paranormal course link.
All right, let's get ready for the next one. Hello to everybody on YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, and Trovo. Let me get ready. I gotta get ready. Okay, I need another ad. That ran a little short. All right, we're ready to go here. Let's get this done. And let's get ready for the next show.
Had some crazy experiences over the years with, hey, Bill, how you doing?
It's so great to see you again.
It's good to be back. That was the longest 6 months. Every time I'd see the show launch and I was still at work, and I'm like,
I know.
Oh man, that's my creation.
Well, it's great to have you back, and a pleasure to meet you, Greg.
Good to meet you.
And I am so jealous of those guitars on that wall.
Hey, man, I some of them from dead people and some of them from people I love. So
I got mine.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, it looks a lot better. I think whatever you did fixed it.
I always keep one nearby too, Greg. See it?
oh, that's beautiful. I wish I had that.
Yeah, I got them. I got some nearby. But anyway, it's great to see everybody tonight.
It's wonderful to see you too. So listen, I want you to come in at the very beginning, and we're going to welcome Tony back. And then I'm going to tell my bizarro story. I'll keep it short, from Laughlin with Tony. And then we'll bring Greg in. Does that work for everybody?
All right, so I'll just come in just to say it's great to have
Welcome
Tony
back, dude. Yeah.
And then I'm leaving.
Okay, you can just sit back and watch and relax. Monitor the chat room if you want. Whatever you want to do, that's great.
All right, so we've got like 3.5 minutes.
All right.
Okay,
Do you
good.
want me off screen when you start, Andrea?
No.
Okay.
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
so that I can introduce you and then Bill can come on.
All right.
Yes.
Tony, you want to bring me on so we don't confuse?
Yeah, I'll take care of it.
Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
because I wouldn't know how to do that because I'm a technical idiot.
I got it handled. No worries.
Okay.
All right, so we've got, like I said, 3 minutes now.
All right.
Okay. So, Greg, how's it going? How's Lynn doing?
She's doing okay. She's just not feeling good. Sometimes the weather, it was kind of misty, rainy today, and she started getting a headache and then didn't feel good. So, she's already had COVID, so I'm sure it's not that. But
Oh,
Well, I've
got
had it 4 times, my dear.
have you really?
So don't be so sure. 4 times.
Greg, I went to Rhode Island to meet Annie to go to the Conjuring thing for Halloween.
Right.
I got ill, and I had to come back home, and it turned into bronchitis. It was that RSV thing that's going around.
Herpes, you said? What? You cut
It's
out.
the respiratory. So I had COVID in June, and this thing was way worse
Wow, really?
than COVID for me. I mean, bad.
Yeah, and the flu is already rampant through about 45 states.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's only a few states that have been spared the worst of the flu already. So get your shots, kids. Get your shots.
When we were in UK, Lynn and Susan Cummins headed out to Scotland a day before me because I had to wrap up the show.
Yeah.
We got done and I caught up with them in Edinburgh, and both of them had COVID.
Yep.
And so I
That
threw
was
them in the
all.
back of the car. I rented a car and I threw them in the back of the car and I drove the plague wagon through Scotland.
Oh my gosh.
Almost everybody on our Scottish tour, almost
Yeah.
everyone got
That's-
COVID
yeah.
while we were over there. It was
Wow.
very polite, though. It was.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
they handle it. So
Yeah.
Well, before we
Yeah.
get the air, I want to say happy Thanksgiving to all of you and your families.
Happy
Happy
Thanksgiving,
Thanksgiving
darling.
to you guys as well. Can't believe that's next week already. Wow.
I know. Shocking. I don't know where this year went.
I didn't get a single bit of writing done this entire year.
Wow.
This is the first year I haven't put out something
Wow.
in 12 years, I think.
Wow.
Wow.
All right, Tony, we got
No.
40 seconds.
All right, Greg, I'm going to throw you in the green room for now. Okay. And I'm going to throw myself in the green room. And do you want Bill to stay on? Or do you want me to bring him in?
No, stay on. Oh, okay. No.
No, just put me on, and then I'm gonna bring Tony in, and then he's going to bring Bill.
You got to keep me up so I can count you down.
Okay.
I can, Tony. So I'll let
Yeah.
you know. Then I'll bring myself down for this.
Okay.
All right, Tony, we got like 10 seconds. Stand by. Have a great show to everyone. And 3, 2, 1, hit it.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us here on World Awakening tonight. It's going to be a splendid show. I'm really looking forward to it. And I want to apologize to everybody that tuned into Soul School and could only get the audio version on Monday night. It was just a technical glitch, and we'll make sure it doesn't happen again. But I will tell you that we've got a big rest of the season coming for you. And I'm looking forward to it. We've got some phenomenal guests. And tonight, one of my dearest friends, Greg Lawson, is my guest on the show. And I'm so thrilled. I'm so delighted because, you know, if all men were as good as Greg, it would be a very different world. He's just so pure of heart and so kind and so good and so funny. But before we bring Greg on, I have a special announcement to make. And hiding in our green room, which isn't green, is my original producer for A World Awakening, my dear, dear friend, another man I could say the same thing about. We need more of Tony Rathman. So, Tony, please join us.
Hello, how are you doing tonight?
Great. And we had the most wonderful time this past weekend together out at the Starworks Symposium in Laughlin, Nevada.
We sure did.
Yeah, we did. It was great. We finished a movie. We did a symposium. We smoked cigarettes together. We talked a lot. We hugged a lot. We cried. We laughed. It was everything. It was wonderful. But you were there to actually see an experience that I had. Aaron's with us. Excellent. And Lori, oh, yes, he can read that. We all miss you. Well, here's the news. Tony's back.
I'm back.
Is back. And he promised he would be. I held him to it. I didn't push. I was really good about it. Like, you know, whenever you can, come on back. And this past weekend when we were in Laughlin together, we talked about doing the show again together. And also, you know, Bill, who is the general manager of KGRA, who has, you know, stepped right in and filled Tony's shoes, wants to say a few words too. So, Bill, why don't you join us before I go on with my wicked cool story?
I have that permanent smile on my face. It is so great to see Tony back. I have to say, from a personal level, I love him, his wife, the Entity Voices team. I wish them happy Thanksgiving to all of them and their families. And on behalf of myself and everybody in that chat room, it's great to have you back, Tony.
Thank you, Bill. It's a pleasure to be back. It was really hard being away for that long, but, you know, everybody at KGRA is just they're just amazing. And, you know, I missed getting to produce the show for Andrea, and I'm very, very thrilled to be back.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Have a great show. I can now sit back and enjoy it like everybody else.
Excellent.
Sounds good, Bill.
You guys have a great night.
So you got to witness firsthand something that happened to me when we were in Laughlin. And I know that at some point during our chats prior to this event, I must have said something to you about something always happens to me while I'm out here at Starworks. You know, there's never been a time that I went to Starworks and I didn't have something phenomenal occur while I was there, and usually more than one thing over the course of the 3 days of the symposium.
Right.
Which was a smashing success, by the way. And kudos to Paula Harrison and everybody that, you know, put that whole thing together. She had a crack staff who were on top of every element, made it look so easy when we all know that it's not. So that said, last Sunday morning at about probably 5 a.m., I had something happen, an experience. I can't call it a dream. You know, I've got 64 years of dreams under my belt. I am able to distinguish what is a dream and what is an experience and what is a visitation. And I don't know what category to put this in, or if there is a category to put this in. But I went downstairs and I ran into you and I told you everything that had just freshly happened. And we sat and we smoked and we talked. And it was bizarre, absolutely bizarre.
Well, you just your personal appearance. When I turned around and saw you walking towards me, you were shaken. You were, I could tell your mind was spinning, trying to work through it, figure out what had happened.
Yeah.
You were even trembling a little bit. And so I knew what you were about to tell me was going to be something absolutely just fascinating, because I'd never seen you like that. I had never seen you in that sort of state of being, because it had, you know, not occurred that long ago.
Yeah. Well, what happened was that I was driving on the road in an older car. I think it was even a stick shift, an old car that I was not familiar with. And there used to be, it's not anymore, but there used to be what we called the sandbanks on the road between Harrisville and Pasco, Rhode Island, two of the villages. And as I was driving, everything, the electricity in the car kind of fuzzed out and browned out. And then I started pulling the car off the road and it went dead. And I got out and I looked up and I saw lights, like tons of lights, an enormous cluster of light vessels, but also like booming shit, just like explosions of light that were happening in the sky. And I couldn't see past above the tree line, and I wanted to get where I could see what was going on in the sky. And I started running to get to the bridge between Pasco and Harrisville. It's just a little cutover bridge, but the sky is completely open there. And I started running and I felt something. I kind of looked down peripherally on my right side, and there was something running up beside me on all fours, running as fast and as hard as it could, and grabbing a hold of the bottom of my jeans. And I said aloud, "Don't bite me, honey." And I stopped, and this creature jumped up into my arms, and I held him. And I knew it was a male. I don't know how. I didn't have any features that would have distinguished it male or female, but I knew it was male. And I looked down, and there's these two onyx-colored orb eyes in the shape of almonds looking back at me in abject terror. And his whole body was trembling, just quaking. And I grabbed him up tight in my arm, and I started running. And something told me the only safe place was the farm, get to the farm. I paused for a moment on the top of the bridge to turn around and look back up at the sky. And it was almost like frantic messages, I mean, the anxiety level was through the roof. It was so intense for them, for me, and for this being in my arms. And my muscle still hurts in my right arm. My muscle still hurts. It's not from lugging luggage. It was from running, and oh my God. So anyway, it's a good 2.5 miles to the farm from that spot in Harrisville. And somehow I made it, and with tears rolling down my face and sweat pouring off my body and my legs in tremendous pain. And I get to the farm, and, you know, I forgot to tell you, but it wasn't the farm like it is now. It was the farm like when we had it. The front porch was on, it was white, the woodshed was there, the circular driveway was there. It was like when we had it back in the 70s. And I forgot to tell you that. I remembered later. I was like, oh my God, I think I forgot to tell him that part.
Yeah, I don't remember you mentioning that.
Yep. I just said the farm. I went to the farm, but I went to the farm how it was when I was a kid. And, you know, there was no mirror for me to take a look at to see how old I was while all of this was occurring. But all I know is that I ran my heart out and just held on to him like I had birthed him myself, with this need to just protect him no matter what, protect him. All my motherly instincts, and I never had kids, but you know, I certainly have maternal instincts.
Of course.
And they were boiling over, just boiling over. Protect him. And I get to the house. Oh, and the sirens as I'm running are coming from every direction. And I hear the whoof whoof of overhead like helicopters. I mean, it was panic mode. It was. And I got to the farm because I knew that the farm would be the only place where I would have, I don't know, maybe the energy, or I don't know what, but to protect him. And as I'm standing in front of the woodshed, all these vehicles start pouring into the yard. And it's military, and it's Rhode Island State Police, and it's the local police, and it's an ambulance of all things. Wow. And all of these people start getting out of their vehicles. I didn't see a single gun drawn. There were no weapons at all that I saw. I made contact with one woman's face, and it was because she was so confused. And I could hear her thinking, what's happening here? And as they started to approach me, and his whole body is just like frozen with fear in my arms, and he's just gazing up at me like, please help me, please help me. I extended my left arm and I put my hand out and I said, stop. And when I did that, this kind of plasma, weird energy stuff came out of my fingers, and it created a dome that was actually visible. It was translucent. I could see through it, but it was visible, and no one could permeate it or penetrate it or even get near it. Wow. It just immediately pushed them back. They had to stand back away from it. And that's when I made contact with the woman, eye contact with her, and she was really confused. And the last thing that I remember is looking up and seeing what I saw over the village directly over our head at the farm. And it was just lights and lights. And I don't even know. I can't even say it was vessels. It was just lights, lots of lights. And I know that I was able to return him. It was my own personal ET moment. And then I woke up just like that. And my legs were 2 solid steel rods of pain, just absolute agony. I've never had leg cramps in my life. Apparently, I get plenty of potassium. I have never, ever suffered pain like that in my life. And I yelled out, and I had a suite with my dad, and it woke him. And he was, way over on the other side, but it woke him up because I yelled out and I was crying, and I couldn't stand up. I had to use my arms to help lift myself up off the bed because my sister Chris has leg cramps, and she said if you have one, stand up and walk. Well, from my hip joints to my toes was pain like I can't even describe.
Sure.
And by the time I got up, I threw my coat on, I grabbed my cigarettes and my room key. I walked toward the elevator. By the time I got about halfway down the hallway, all the pain was gone, like it never even happened. It was gone. By the time I got downstairs to you, it was gone. I didn't even have like residual pain or anything, although I do in this muscle. It's very strange. And so that was it. And I had to wonder. And then I called our friend Serena, my producer, my movie producer friend, who was there shooting with us that weekend.
Right.
And I told her, it was like 8 o'clock in the morning, and I told her, and she said, that's what we need to end the film with, is that you had this experience in Laughlin, Nevada, because I can't legitimately call it a dream. I know what dreams are. And usually if I have a really interesting one, I'll wake up and I'll write it down. This was not that. I don't have physiological reactions to dreams.
Right.
Nor does the farm look like that anymore. And I don't know if I ever drove a car that old, but it was, obviously from the 70s. I had a driver's license in 76, but it was absolutely bizarre. And I wanted to share that story tonight with everyone so that they can determine, either I've had a visitation or just like, it's, take from it what you will, but what Tony and I talked about was the possibility that it was a test.
Yep.
To see what I would be willing to do to protect one of the galactic family.
That's exactly what I think it was. And I remember us talking about that, but I mean, it literally took everything that your entire life has been through with the galactic family, with your encounters, with your communications to the general public that, hey, they're not here to hurt us. They're keeping an eye on what we're doing, and they're here to help. They're listening, they're watching. I think that was their test, just to see how you would react, what you would do, and how far you would push it. And I'm sure you passed that test with 100%, if not more, because like you said, I remember you explaining to me about willing the force field to protect him. And I mean, you just showed every ounce of who you are and what you're willing to do to protect him, get him back to where he's safe. And let's face it, I also think I said, humans are some of the worst beings out there. And if anybody could possibly be concerned or worried about having interaction with us, it would definitely be extraterrestrials, because we're not good. We're not good at much, let alone an interaction that we don't understand. So
yeah,
it might have been a test to see what you'd protect, and you did.
It was a significant event for me. And it really left a mark, and I've thought about it incessantly ever since. It never leaves my consciousness, Tony. But sure that said, I've used up a few minutes here that I want to devote to Greg. So let's bring him on. And I think everybody in our chat room probably knows who Greg Lawson is. And there he is. Look at you.
Look at me. Look at me.
You are wonderful. How are you? Thank you for joining me tonight, honey.
It is my pleasure, my dear friend. Thank you.
Well, I have a professional question for you.
Yes.
Because you're a law enforcement officer. There's this jerk that drives in front of my house. He's new to the neighborhood, or he just got this piece of crap car that must have holes drilled in the muffler or whatever. And it's the loudest car that I ever heard ever. And I can always tell when he's coming by at least a half a mile away. So he's not just disturbing my peace of mind and shaking up my little dinky dog and pissing my father off royally. He's disturbing the whole neighborhood. Oh, yeah. And when he rounds the corner at the end of this side of the road and then goes up, you can hear him all the way to the next town over. I'm not kidding. Okay. And, do I want to call him out and, rat him out to the Winter Garden police? Yes, I do. He's traveling so fast, I can't get a license plate number. Would it be wrong of me to purchase? See, you're already laughing. You're already laughing. Would it be wrong of me to buy a set of, those spikes that they throw down to stop?
Just to answer this simplistically, yes, it would be wrong for you to do that.
Are you sure
Oh yeah.
I could get in trouble for doing that? Because all I want to do is slow him down permanently.
Oh, I want to slow him down also. Yeah. That's I can think of all kinds of things I would love to do. We have a gentleman like that in our neighborhood, and he lives right down the street, maybe 2 blocks down. Every morning, same time, he rides his Harley right down my street and has his radio just blaring on this Harley, and he wakes me up every time I try to stay in. So I feel your pain. And
are you sure it would be illegal though?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't want to see
50 states.
I don't want to see you go to jail for that one.
Okay.
But yeah, that would be interesting. I don't know if you have any law enforcement that routinely goes around there, but
no, they don't.
No? Yeah,
because they tell me they have no place to hide.
Yeah,
and that's true. They really don't have a place to hide.
Right.
Where I live, there's just, they would have to, be in a swamp because I'm like right on the lake, and we've had, I don't know how many hurricanes this season.
Well, hopefully that POS car that he's driving will have issues, and maybe, maybe it won't work that much longer. Let's keep our fingers crossed on that. I can think of a lot of things I'd like to do.
Sometimes when I'm particularly cranky and he goes by, I just yell at the top of my lungs, knowing he cannot hear me. Drive it up a tree, you son of a bitch. Don't take anybody innocent with you.
Right.
And I know that too. I mean, on some level, you can be my compass tonight, my moral compass, Greg, and just tell me that I shouldn't wish, him a close encounter with a telephone pole or a tree or a stone wall or, anything other than a car full of innocent people as he goes ripping around a corner that's like, I don't know what degrees it is. It's almost like driving in a circle. It's so dangerous. And yeah. So, okay. So I'm going to give you my law enforcement friend.
I think I'm going to give you some advice that you would give me if I had the same thing. Wish good things for that person, because you probably wouldn't want to have their life if they're that big of an idiot and, causing issues like that when he knows better. There's other stuff going on in that person's life that probably isn't good either. But,
yeah, well,
good
anybody
thoughts.
That makes that much of noise is compensating for something.
Oh yeah, I mean? Absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, I have to tell you a story just because it's, we're talking irritating neighbors or neighbors that aren't real clear on etiquette and stuff like that. When Lynn and I first moved into this home, the house next door came for sale about 2 months later. And I came home one day and there was a kid walking between our fences going in my backyard. And I said, "Hey, can I help you?" And he goes, "Oh, I'm just going back here." I'm like, "Okay, that's my backyard, man. You don't do that." And then he kind of got a little attitude with me. And I just told him, get off my property, go away. I was an old man, get off my lawn, get out of here.
Yeah.
And he walked on. And I went inside the house, and then I heard my dog, and I went down to the back window and I could see him through the woods. I have probably about 200 feet of woods behind my house. So you can't see any houses behind there. And he was back there, and I went out and confronted him, and he was standing out there smoking a cigarette. He was probably 13, 14 years old. And I said, "Hey man, you're in my backyard. You need to leave." "Oh, this is nobody's backyard. This is the woods." I was like, get out of here, kid." And he's like, "Get away from me." And so I started touching him. I'm like poking at him, right? I'm like, "Get out of my yard. Quit touching me." So I'm, okay, go away, kid. So he leaves. Him and his dad come back later. His dad's mad. "I understand you were poking my son. You were touching my son." I was like, "Yeah, I'm about to touch you if you don't get off my yard, get off my property and go away. I'm gonna throw both of you in jail." And so they leave. Well, a couple of days later, I look in the back, same kid, and now he's got his friends, and they're back in the woods, and there's a little clearing, and they're all back there smoking. It's early in the morning. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and take care of this my way. So the kids leave. And I spent the next 3 weeks, probably 4 weeks, with a 5-gallon bucket. I had at that time a dog named Bumpy. He was a 105-pound Labrador.
Mhm.
And so I spent the next 3-4 weeks collecting the dog food, recycled dog food that was in the
Yes.
backyard.
Yeah.
And after I did that, I went back there to their little smoke area and I raked all the leaves up and I added water to this. I put it all over the place out there. I put the leaves back on it and I set up in my window the next morning when those kids were going to school with my cup of coffee in my robe. And Lynn is like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Nothing, honey. Go to work."
Nothing, honey.
And I saw these kids go back there and they had taken the furniture, the little patio furniture from my next door neighbor's house and put it over there because it was for sale. Nobody lived there, and put it over there. And they had a little smoke area. And after about 5 minutes, I noticed one of them looks down, the other one's looking down, and they're all looking at their feet going, "Oh my God." I never saw those kids ever again. So I think your dog's too small to collect up enough remnants to put in the front yard or put on the road for him to run over. But anyway, you can be creative to have people
spray paint.
Yes,
spray paint. It's a freshly paved road. It's nice and black.
Yeah,
white spray paint would stick out like a sore thumb.
Right.
I could write in both directions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But if I did it right in front of my house, everybody would know it was me.
But yeah. And you know what? It's good to have these little problems, right? The little irritating
It is because
problems.
it helps me not think of the big,
right,
humongous, gigantic problems.
Right.
It does. It's a minor, it's just a little deflective technique, I guess, that the universe has given me. And yeah, okay, so I think that wishing him well is just way too altruistic. But I promise not to wish him dead anymore.
If his life gets better, maybe he'll quit doing that. Maybe get a better car. I don't know. I think he'd need to grow another appendage to, feel like the big man. I'm sorry. You almost ruined my
poor
microphone.
Timing. I know. Poor timing. I know. Sorry. Okay. So, hey, let's talk paranormal. What do you want to talk about? This is your show, baby.
Oh,
I'm
it's
all
my
done
show?
with my blah, 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 my stories.
Oh, that's how this works. I wasn't for sure about that.
Yeah. Yeah. This is your show and we get to talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Well, okay. I have Andrea Perrin on, and I've always wanted to ask her. So in this whole thing, I don't know whether you've experienced this in your life, but I'm at that point in my life where I'm about to thinking about either changing careers or retiring or doing something like that.
Sure. Yeah, me too.
And I sit back and I have that existential dilemma of, what is this all about? You said something earlier that I think matters. You said that you have never had children. I don't have children. Lynn doesn't have children. And I think that adds another dimension. Either subtracts or adds another dimension to someone's existence and the way that we view the world. When we get to a point, it's like, what is this all about? Mm-hmm. So I ask Andrea Perrin, what is this all about? What's the end goal here?
I don't know. I wish that I did. I think that the end goal, I think that right now we are squarely in the midst of the paradigm shift. For those that don't understand what that means, in the most simplistic form, that was then and this is now, and nothing's ever going to be the same. And not just post-COVID, but post a lot of things that have been going on in the world. We dared to say never again at the end of World War II, and look what we're staring at right now. Just Bucha, if it had just been Bucha, just that requires, crimes against humanity charges to be tried at The Hague, just that. And this whole country has been decimated, and the people so severely abused and degraded that life as they knew it literally changed just like that overnight. And we said never again. We need to live up to the mantra. I think that we need to dare to have hope for the future. I am grateful every day that I did not feel the need to breed. I would not want, my responsibility in this world is to my family, my friends, and to the center of my universe, of course, which is the Princess Peanut Buttercup.
Of
right
course
here.
it is. Yeah.
This is my baby. She's resting comfortably right now. She'll have her moment later when she says, "I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. DeMille." She will absolutely jump in my lap at some point. My plate is full just with what I've got. And I look at my three sisters that had like tons of kids, 7 grandchildren between the 3 of them. Christine and I didn't ever marry or have kids. And we talk about this frequently, the 2 of us, because there is something so liberating about not having added to the carbon footprint of the planet, not having the responsibility, the joy, of course, but also the heartache that comes with children. For instance, my sister Nancy lost one of her grandchildren in a flood in Waverly, Tennessee.
I remember that
last year, 8 years old. My sister lost her faith over it.
I don't doubt it.
It's over. She's like, there can't be a benevolent God that would have allowed this to happen, and then I think of the children that were gassed in Syria, and I think of the children that were blown to bits in Zaporizhia, and I think of what's going on in Yemen, and what's going on in Saudi Arabia, and what's going on in North Korea, and Russia. I don't even have the words. I just don't even have the words. And I look at the world and I thank God I didn't have children that I would worry about with my dying breath, would worry about what kind of world we've left behind for them. The degradation of this planet, the actual physical abuse of this planet. We are pestilence on the planet. We are the only animal, the only creature on earth that fouls its own nest without remorse in an unconscionable way. And I say you cannot have a crisis of conscience if you don't have a conscience. And there are too many human beings on this planet that do not possess a conscience. And so, as much of a misfit as I feel here, to have had the extra added responsibility of children would have been a disaster for me. First of all, none of them would have left the house before the age of 40, like left the house or the yard, maybe if it was really well fenced. But no, I'm like, I do have very, very strong protective instincts. And I think that was, borne out in the experience that I had on last Sunday, which was just bizarre.
Yeah. I sit back and you've had that perspective also of several decades just watching things kind of change. And when you're in the middle of things changing, you don't see it as much. If you took snapshots every decade and saw the change, it would be pretty stark. And many people that set up our Constitution and that sort of thing would be very shocked at where we are at this point.
Yes, they would.
The thing that you don't hear people talking too much about is one of the most powerful organizations in the United States, which is the Department of Education.
Yes.
I went back and got my master's in education, and I wrote extensively in my master's how the Department of Education is indoctrinating people and changing our thought processes of what we think is important and what's not. And when you fracture a society and you try to make as many individualistic, try to identify people with very And this is pre-COVID. This is pre all the pandemic and all the riots and all that stuff. When I was working on this in 2014, 2015. And when you fracture different factions of people, even within their own factions, pretty soon everybody is fractured so much, you just have general turmoil and nobody can really band together to do anything. And one of the things, and you know, I mean, I have a little over 40 years of public service, 32 years law enforcement, 10 years military. And right now, in what I'm doing, it is pretty hard to find individuals that are willing to think larger than themselves.
Yes.
They're not, they don't really understand the idea of being a part of something that's greater than yourself. And, you know, to listen to John F. Kennedy say, you know, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country is so foreign to a 20-year-old today that it would, you know, they don't even identify with it. And you can look at a lot of these little things. I don't want to force people to have an allegiance to something, but saying the Pledge of Allegiance for your country, it kind of binds people together, even if you don't like what people do in your country.
Right.
You can't argue the Constitution. You can't argue the fact that, you know, people will look at an American flag today and they will say, oh, you know, it's dirty. It's full of corruption. It's this and that. That's not what the flag represents. That is what individual people do against the Constitution, against the laws, against the flag, against the ideal. The flag is something to look at and aspire to. We'll never reach it because we're flawed. And
but it is a symbol.
It is a symbol of a great thing.
A perfect union.
It's a great thing.
And that's what the paradigm shift is all about here, is forming a more perfect union, coming into the unified field of oneness, the consciousness that we are all in this together.
We are.
That we are. And, you know, like it or not, like your neighbor or not, you know, which I have the world's best neighbors. So, you know, and yet we're very different and we think very differently. And occasionally we argue about politics, and occasionally we argue about, you know, sociological things, or, you know, very bright people. One's a teacher and her husband's kind of, you know, right-wingy. And, you know, we get into it and we mix it up and we talk about it, and then we hug each other and, you know, we've had our discussion, and here's my point of view and here's yours. And we meet at the picnic table and we talk about it. And then we take the dogs for a walk. And then, you know, there's a way to get along with people that you don't agree with and still have respect for them.
Yeah.
And we've lost that as a society. Right. We've lost it. We're fractured. And, you know, I can't associate with them. I have friends, Greg, that have not seen or spoken with members of their own family for the last 5 or 6 years. Cut off contact completely with their whole family.
Yeah. I will push that back on the Department of Education. The way that they are teaching now is a straight line on whatever it is your opinion. They're not teaching debate. They're not teaching politeness. They're not teaching, you know, it's so crazy. So I've had leadership courses in the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. I've had many leadership courses within law enforcement. Part of my master's was in occupational workforce and leadership studies. Out of all of that leadership, all that extra stuff, all those books, all those peer-reviewed articles, everything, I learned 2 things: be kind and share. And I learned that when I was 4.
Yeah.
And it's like everything can revolve around
parenting, that. Which is part of your education.
Yes. And we could all wrap ourselves around that if we would just have a little bit of patience, let people say what they're going to say, as long as they're being semi-polite and, productive. And maybe they'll have something that you didn't consider. I don't like hanging out with a whole bunch of people that think the same way, because you get that group think and you get that echo chamber of, yeah, this is the right way, this is the right way, this is the right way. I spent 6 months in Egypt. I spent about a total of 2 years of my life all around the Middle East. You mentioned Yemen earlier. I was in Yemen, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, all in that area. People, they think all Americans think a certain way, and we think that all Islamic countries think a certain way.
A certain way,
and it's not at all. And so we have just as much dangerous stuff here in the United States as very, very militant Islamic groups.
Yeah.
And so I just really hope that somehow somebody gets a hold of the Department of Education, because this is where this is coming from. It's taken decades to get to where we are now.
Yeah.
And it's funny. Somebody asked me the other day, so what's your political affiliation? I said, nah, mine's more of a political philosophy. I'm a communist libertarian. It's like, if you're mean to old people and animals, I will put you in a gulag. And then on the other side, it's none of your business what I do in my house. It's nobody's business what adults do in their life that doesn't affect anybody else. So it's very it's kind of like So my voting habits are very eclectic.
Eclectic. I was going to use that word. Yes. I have a real problem with books being banned. Especially Pulitzer Prize winning books being banned, and telling children that they cannot read this and they cannot learn that, and don't crack the spine of that book because it's a perversion, or, and
that's the funny thing is what it should be is read more books, read that book, and then read the antithesis of that book and figure out where the reality is in the middle.
The state I live in and the state you live in are both banning books actively right now under the guise of establishing parental rights. Well, here's what I think about that. Leave the books alone. Leave them exactly where they have been for decades and decades, which is the library. And if your kid checks out a book that you as a parent find objectionable, presuming you've read it, then you decide whether your child can read that book or not at home. But to take the Department of Education in the state of Florida literally by the throat, which is what's happening here. I mean, it's exactly what's happening here. And, teachers are leaving in droves. In droves. They're like, absolutely. I want none of this. I have a friend who's a librarian. She calls me crying every 3 days. She's just so upset about what is happening, from the Panhandle to Miami. And you live in Texas, and that was the beginning of it.
My next door neighbor's a librarian, so
that's where it began. And now this is spreading, just like, as a woman, you think I'm not upset that having fought the fight for bodily autonomy 50 years ago with my mother, a mother of 5 living children, who almost died because she had a dead fetus in her, and the state of Rhode Island would not allow her to have a therapeutic abortion until she was literally on death's door. And the Jewish hospital is who saved her life. In 1968, we're not going back. And this is war. This is a fight. This is a serious fight that I didn't think that at 64 I would be fighting again, but I am. If you don't like abortion, as far as I'm concerned, you don't like abortion, you really shouldn't have one. But, don't tell my neighbor who's in her 4th month and her water broke and she's going toxic, that she can't get an abortion in the state of Florida anymore and has to, fly to a New England state to get the medical treatment that she needs. And her doctor is afraid to do anything about it because he could go to jail.
Right.
This is, I'll say it out loud, this is as fucked up gets. And
Yeah.
I've had it up to here. And I'm mad all the time, Greg. I am on a low level burn all the time unless the heat gets turned up and I start screaming at the television. My poor little dog, she's like, oh, mommy's upset again. Oh, where's grandpa? I'll go get scratched by him. Really, this is a difficult time to be alive. This is
it's very confusing
time to be a citizen of this country. And it is a difficult time, for us to confront our demons.
Yeah.
And we have to, but we can't afford to demonize each other. It's about educating each other.
And as far as that, that's the bottom line is, you can look at, we're talking about education. Look at the simple things. Why wouldn't they teach how to balance your checkbook? Now, we don't have checks anymore. But
they don't teach cursive writing anymore.
Why?
Or civics. And hasn't that worked out well?
And so this is all by design. The Department of Education is doing things for a reason. Sure.
Yep.
And that's the other thing on both sides, right? You can look far right, far left. Don't read this. Don't listen to this program. Don't engage in this argument, right? Or whatever it is. And that's a particular design that I've always found very interesting when people says, don't do something because it's bad for you. Well, maybe I'm intelligent or, a decent enough person that I can read this and read something else. And now I understand kind of both sides of it. You look at, we had to read that book, 1984. George Orwell's.
Yeah, and now we get to live it. Wow.
Oh my God. Right?
Dystopian society. Welcome to our world.
Yeah, you travel, I travel. This is the funny thing about the United States is we have plenty of our own problems, right? Go anywhere south of the Texas border and come back and talk to me in a couple of weeks and tell me about how horrible it is here in the United States.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do is just go south.
Yeah.
I live closer to Guatemala than I do Washington, D.C.
Mm-hmm.
So I am here every day and I experience certain things every day that people don't like to talk about in the news and don't like to follow up with that are realities. And when you just shut yourself off and say, oh, America's horrible, we have some issues. I don't want to live anywhere else. Europe, there's a lot of cool stuff in Europe and I do like Europe. I don't know whether I'd want to live there. And certainly I love London. I love London. Anywhere you go in London, you are being listened to and you are on camera.
Yeah.
Everywhere. It's the most
CCTV everywhere.
It is the most covered
city
yes.
in the world.
Yeah. And how it turned out that way when George Orwell predicted this whole thing. This is what it's going to be like. They're going to be the very next thing is let's see. We want to make sure that you have this type of thermostat in your house so we can monitor what temperature you're setting into your house because we don't want you to use up too much energy.
Yeah, stay out of my house. Stay
what
out
is
of
that?
My uterus. Stay out of my brain.
Right?
Get out.
Yeah. So yes, the more you educate yourself on stuff, and that means understanding both sides of the argument, the better. We're not going to allow you to read this book because it's too controversial. That's scary. That's really scary.
Well, and the thing is that, the LGBTQ population in this country it's relatively small.
Mm-hmm.
It averages 10% of the entire world population is exclusively homosexual. And that's an average worldwide. The trans is like 0.05, you know,
Very small, yeah.
very, very small. And yet that has been turned into an issue that is a non-issue. It's just being used, you know, to create divisiveness and to, you know, the whole critical race theory thing that comes out of Harvard Law School. That does not exist it's not something that is taught. You know, the governor of Florida, the still governor of Florida, passed a law that said that the Don't Say Gay bill. I'm sure you've probably heard of it.
Believe it or not, I'm like this these days. I stay in my lane, and I know what my job is.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'll drive myself insane. You know.
Yeah.
I graduated. So I graduated one of our recruit classes today.
Oh, okay.
Right
So yeah, you've got the blinders on right now. Well, this happened in the last few months.
Yeah.
And you know, basically Disney is upset about it. So you know, he's basically, I mean, there's all kinds of retribution and ugliness and vengeful stuff going on with Disney, and the school teachers are leaving in droves, and you know, and we're dealing with this, and it's all wrapped up under the guise of education.
Sure.
All of this, all,
Yes,
you know, it's just all, you know, swept into a bucket of sludge, and being called education. I think that on some level, we're all responsible for our own self-education. You know, I like to say, in the age of global communications, ignorance is a choice.
It is, for sure.
It's a choice. And so, yeah, I'm really now getting to the point where, I mean, I'm like you, Greg. I mean, this past year, I've done a lot of writing. I haven't published. Everything's like in the works. I haven't published anything new because I feel like we're moving at the speed of light, that, you know, this is happening and this is happening. And like the story that I just told at the beginning of the, you know, of the show tonight, like, I'm still trying to process that. And it was a week ago, and I still can't even wrap my mind around what that was, why it happened, you know, why I had this experience that I did, what's the intrinsic meaning of it, you know. And so, yeah, in that respect, sometimes it's good to just put those blinders on for a little bit and focus on this one thing. You know, let's focus on this one thing and extrapolate out of it what I can learn from it, what lesson was inherent to it, what message came from it, and focus, because we are so fractured and so scattered and so inundated with stimuli that our brains are fried.
Yeah.
And COVID just made it worse. The isolation,
Sure.
You know, it was within the last 6 months, the Ipsos poll, which is really one of the most accurate national polls. I think it was Pew Ipsos, did a nationwide survey of people from the age of 20 to 50. I'm almost positive that was the demographic, which is large.
Right.
And asked one question, or two questions, and that being, are you suffering anxiety and depression, and have you considered harming yourself? Over 50% admitted to suffering extreme anxiety and depression, and more than 25% said they had considered harming themselves.
Yeah, I believe
those numbers are off the freaking charts.
Yep.
Suicide is off the charts. Gun violence is off the charts. I mean, you just lived through Uvalde. What a nightmare. What a nightmare. What a horrible, horrible thing. And yet, you know, there are people in this country that are like, oh, there was another school shooting. Oh, okay. I mean, we've, after Columbine, remember how shocked we all were by Columbine?
Oh yeah,
How it leveled all of us that this could happen in this country. And now we're like 350 school shootings later. And it's like, oh, there was another school shooting. How many died? How many died?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's where we are, Greg. And you're right. If we went back over the course of our lives and just took one snapshot of our lives from each year and laid it out on a table, we would be able to examine our entire history, not only as a society and a culture, but individually. How we have changed, including our attitudes and our predispositions, and how we have matured, and in some cases not matured. I think this is we're in an inflection point that requires a pause to reflect.
Absolutely, we are. Yeah, and you know, when you have people that have been raised to be argumentative, they've been raised to,
and that's all they've ever seen.
Yeah, and to be over the top to get, you know, more likes on whatever their page is that they have, and also to be you know, staunchly independent, which is a good thing. However, you know, seriously, if you don't have law enforcement, there will be men that will step up and take care of business in a
their own way.
Yeah, their own way. That's what's going to happen. And so, like people like myself, where do I find law enforcement officers, new law enforcement officers? I can answer that question. I don't. Our applications are so low at this point.
Really?
Oh, absolutely. Nobody wants to be a cop.
I'm surprised about that.
No, nobody wants to be a cop. And think about our jails. No, I'm willing to bet just about all of your listeners can think about when you're in elementary school, junior high, high school. They never knew anybody that said, you know, when I grow up, I'm going to be a jailer. Nobody said that. Of course, they didn't say when I grow up, I'm going to be a garbage man, or I'm going to be, you know, whatever the very difficult jobs are out there. But where do you find people to work in the jails? At this point, after all the riots and after much of the nonsense that was put out as far as no statistical value at all, but they would put it out just to put it out. Law enforcement, people don't want to do that. You know, we're having to jack our base pay way up to try to get people in, and we're still it is a super challenge. When you accept 200 applications and you hire 4 people because of their backgrounds and things like that, you know, people that that have good solid values and want to do something for their community is pretty low at this point. It's much more about how much money can I make, you know, what's the most successful job I can get into and make, you know, quick money.
Not thinking in terms of a career in public service, whatever that looks like.
Yeah. And so, you know, all law enforcement is in horrible shape right now. I know cops that are making $200,000 to $250,000 a year because they're working overtime. Many agencies out there, you work a regular 40-hour week. Many agencies out there used to allow you to work an additional 18 hours a week overtime. That is all the way up to 32 hours a week now. You can work 30. You can work 10-hour days, 7 days a week, and they're not going to say anything to you because they're happy to have you there.
Wow.
Yeah. So
that's frightening.
Yeah.
And another reason why the phrase defund the police are the 3 most stupid words ever jammed together
Sure.
in the course of human history.
And when you
Yeah.
do that, you look at, okay, you have, what do you have to have as law enforcement? Well, you have to have 911 response. That's what you have to have.
You have to have EMT. You have to, you have to have medical units. You have to have, people that are trained in de-escalation. You have, social workers. I mean, there's so much that is encompassed under that umbrella, law enforcement.
Right. And that's what happens is, so the DWI units go away. The traffic units go away. Your SWAT unit is defunded. So many agencies are so short on people now. Most of their special operations units are gone. Their motorcycle units are gone. And so you look at all that and it's like, okay, how is this is this going to be the pendulum swing? Is this going to be the thing that wakes up a bunch of people that were indoctrinated into the argument that the United States is evil and we should fight against it and overturn the government or whatever their agenda is?
Right. Whatever the agenda is.
Or,
believing in, fake shit like QAnon that was started as a joke online in Europe.
Yeah.
And look how that has exploded in our faces. This is,
I asked myself,
we're in nutso world is where we are.
Across the board. Are we better today than we were, let's say, 10 years ago?
No,
absolutely not. Right.
No.
And so
because of social media, because of indoctrination, because our educational standards have virtually disappeared. The bar was lowered so much you have to step over it.
So let me now that you said that, let me add something to that. I have a very, very close family member that is a teacher. The latest class, when they reclassed up and are actually going to school, was pandemonium. He can get no control over his class. If he pulls 2 or 3 people out a class and sends them to the principal blames him. He's not, tells him, you can't control your class. What am I going to do with you?
My neighbor is telling me the same thing.
Yeah.
She can't control her kids. She can't.
Right. And when we're looking at a failure rate of 70%,
yep.
And then they tell them, okay, well, wait a second, you can't fail these kids.
Right.
You need to pass them.
Right.
So you do some sort of magical math and grade on some sort of curve, and you bend that thing up and you pass them.
Yeah, and they go into the next grade utterly unprepared, and they get passed through that one into the next grade where they are utterly unprepared.
And people will pass along this information to the point of, because no authority or legitimate news agency is putting